Hello. Hope everybody's all well. Again, I'm a bit late, half an hour, let's just say. But I had some things to do. So, again, the whole point of this channel is to be transparent, show you investing, property, and it all. Again, I haven't really been live because I've had some family pass away. So, not really been feeling too great, but we're back to business. Okay, looks like we're falling hard. Let's just see where I need to catch up on some work quickly before we just lock in fully on this. Alright, no email there. No email. What's this? Just check here. Nope. Right, cool. I'm all up to date. 2 o'clock. Okay. I'll come back to my emails within half an hour or so just to check. 45 minutes. Okay, let's fully lock in now. Alright. I was meant to make a phone call actually. Why won't my headset connect? Here we go. I need to get a new phone. But yeah, nothing's happening in the market. As you can see, SPY's holding up. Yeah, just slightly red. Got some data coming out shortly. Let me check that when that's coming out now, actually. So we can kind of just time when really need to be focusing unless there's something else that comes out in the meantime. But okay, data should be coming out like in 3 minutes. So we're gonna get the move. If I'm being honest with you, because I'm late, I haven't really got no plays involved, but I wouldn't really want to gamble on this. Headphone set. Got 2 minutes. We got 2 minutes. See, most of these traders, you just see them trading. continuously. That's why they're stuck where they're stuck. But we're here to put some transparency to this industry. Again, like I said, I'm going to show you the property side of things, how we do things. Obviously, I have to be a little bit, you know, hold back a bit of information, because once this information gets out, everybody starts doing it, and then, yeah, that's it. My group can't take a fully advantage of this, innit? So, be patient with me. I am trying to be fully transparent. Like I said, I'm going to have people come on here that are in my group already, the people that I help and advise, you know, they're gonna come in once we do deals. They'll come and sit down and talk instead of me talking. Let it come from the horse's mouth. We'll take some videos of the property if it doesn't give up too much information, you know. So yeah, once we get all of that, we're rocking and rolling. So for now, we're trading, we're doing some deals. When we close, some investors, I'm going to be straightly honest with you, some of them are wealthy, they're not going to come on here and expose themselves like that. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm just going to be honest. Certain people will come on, the ones that are like starting out and things like that, they will happily come on. The ones that are wealthy, it's going to be a battle for me to get them on here. So if you do want the wealthy guys to come on here, you guys need to be liking, subscribing, sharing this content, so it gives them a reason to want to come on the channel. Do you know what I'm saying? The more views and etc, you know how it goes. So yeah, we're just babies on the social media side of things, but by the grace of God, with a year or two, God will put us right in position. But for now, we'll stick to where we're at. I don't promote the channel anywhere, I just go live. If you subscribe, you see me. If you don't, you don't. Give me 2 seconds. What time is it? Oh no, data's out. Have a quick refresh. Oh, got some good data by the looks of it. Some good jobs. Let me just double check. In line. Yeah, good job data. Should have a little run. We should have a run. We should have a run. See if we can see if anyone's live speaking or anything like that. See. Oh, White House.
Almost entirely red, except there's a little blue line on each coast, and I think that's going to disappear too. We did really great, and part of it is because of our success with the military, the rebuilding of the military, the vote that I got from the military, and they're vicious people, you know, that we have to fight, just like you have to fight vicious people. Mine are different, a different kind of vicious, but they spread all these horrible, you know, they made up statements and said what I said about everything, but even about the military. But fortunately, the military didn't believe it. It's hard. You know, they make up a statement and they said, you say it. We had 25 people that said he never said that. 25. We had 25 affidavits. And they said, well, we're going with it anyway. You know, these sleazebags. And it's why the press is really losing all power, because people aren't believing it. We need an honest press. We need borders. We need borders. We need an honest press. We need fair elections. I mean, those 3 things. And we don't have an honest press. We have a really corrupt press, but we fight through the corrupt press. And the people understand you have to do this stuff a lot. You have to go on television a lot, because you can't get a fair shake if you're going to rely on somebody else. They don't understand. They've destroyed The image of media now is at the lowest point it's ever been. It's lower than Congress. Can you believe that? It's something. But together with many of you in the room, we've brought back the fundamental principle that defending the homeland is the military's first and most important priority. That's what it is. Only in recent decades did politicians somehow come to believe that our job is to police the far reaches of Kenya and Somalia, while America is under invasion from within. We're under invasion from within. No different than a foreign enemy, but more difficult in many ways because they don't wear uniforms. At least when they're wearing a uniform, you can take them out. These people don't have uniforms. But we are under invasion from within. We're stopping it very quickly. After spending trillions of dollars defending the borders of foreign countries, with your help, we're defending the borders of our country from now on. We're not going to let this happen. Biden let people come in from prisons, mental institutions, drug dealers, murderers. You know, we had 11,488 murderers allowed into our country by this guy who had no clue. He had no clue. He shouldn't have been there in the first place, but he had no clue. The people that ran the office, the White House, were people that surrounded him, radical left lunatics that are brilliant people, but dumb as hell when it came to policy and common sense. And they allowed people from all over the world, from the Congo. They opened up prisons in the Congo. They came into our country totally unmatched, unvetted, unchecked. And from all over, South America, not just South America. You know, you think South America, no, but from all over. A lot came in from Venezuela. Venezuela emptied its prison population into our country. That's why they have Tren de Aragua, one of the worst gangs ever. But we took care of them. We took good, strong care of them. And I just want to thank the National Guard in Washington, D.C. It's embarrassing to say this. Now I can say it because we solved it. But Washington, D.C. was the most unsafe, most dangerous city in the United States of America. And to a large extent, beyond. And beyond that, you go to Afghanistan, they didn't have anything like that. You go to countries that you would think there's problems, they didn't have that. And now Washington, D.C., after 12 days of serious, serious intensity, we took out 1,700 career criminals. If you have 5 career criminals, they can make your numbers look very bad because they'll commit many crimes a day. But we took out 1,700 and they took them out. There was no doubt who the boss was. They did an unbelievable job. Then they started even cleaning. I said, I don't want them doing that, sir. They were cleaning it up. I drove through it 2 days ago. It was beautiful. People are walking down the street holding hands, man and wife, coming from Iowa. They're not worried about being shot. Washington, D.C. is now a safe city. In fact, I went out to dinner with my crew. I haven't done that. In theory, I wouldn't do it. And I felt totally safe. And nobody's been attacked. Nobody's been hurt. Washington, D.C. went from our most unsafe city to just about our safest city in a period of a month. We had it under control in 12 days, but give us another 15, 16 days, it's perfect. And people other than politicians that look bad, they think, you know, the Democrats run most of the cities that are in bad shape. We have many cities in great shape too, by the way, I want you to know that. But it seems that the ones that are run by the radical left Democrats, what they've done to San Francisco, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, they're very unsafe places. And we're going to straighten them out one by one. And this is going to be a major part for some of the people in this room. That's a war too. It's a war from within. Controlling the physical territory of our border is essential to national security. We can't let these people in. You know, we had no people enter in the last 4 months, 0. Even I can't believe that. You know, we had millions coming in, pouring in. 25 million all told, and of those 25 million, many of them should never be in our country. They would take their worst people and their people from prisons and jail, and they'd put them in a caravan and they'd walk up. CNN was interviewing one person. Oh, why are you coming? I want freedom. Good. Were you in jail? Yes. For what? Murder. I said, You had to see this anchor, a young woman. She's like, I couldn't believe. She'll probably lose her job, but because the left doesn't want to hear that. But we're running it based on common sense and based on love of our country. But I want to salute every service member who has helped us carry out this critical mission. It's really a very important mission. And I told Pete, we should use some of these dangerous cities as training grounds for our military, National Guard, but military. Because we're going into Chicago very soon. That's a big city with an incompetent governor, stupid governor, stupid. They threw him out of his family business. He was so stupid. I know the family. He becomes governor. He's got money. Not money that he made, but he ran for governor, he won, and now he criticizes us all the time. And last week they had 11 people murdered, 44 people shot. The week before that they had 5 people murdered, 28 people shot. Every weekend they lose 5, 6. If they lose 5, they're considering it a great week. They shouldn't lose any. You shouldn't lose any. This is civilization. And he's always up there saying, we're in very good shape. We don't need the military. No, they need the military desperately. How about Portland? Portland, Oregon, where it looks like a war zone. And I get a call from the liberal governor. Sir, please don't come in. We don't need you. I said, well, unless they're playing false tapes, this looked like World War II. Your place is burning down. I mean, you must be kidding. Sir, we have it under control. I said, you don't have it under control, Governor, but I'll check it and I'll call you back. I called her back. I said, this place is a nightmare. It's certainly not the biggest, but it's one of the worst. It's brutal. They go after our ICE people who are great patriots and tough job too, but they love it. They love it because they're cleaning up our country. And so you look at some of the things where they took over parts of Seattle. They actually took over a big percentage of Seattle. Think of that. You remember that. That was a while ago. And I sent in the troops and they were gone. As soon as I sent them in, when we send in the troops, if you have a real leader that says you got to do what you have to do, I put that out the other day. You got to do what you got to do because we don't want our people hurt as they stand by. I was watching during Biden, there were troops standing up like this, brave, standing up at attention, the way I should stand all the time. And I'm like this, and people are standing, and their mouth is this far away from their mouth, and they're spitting at them, and they're screaming at them. And that soldier standing there, he wants to knock the hell out of the person, but he's not allowed to do anything. So they just stand there and they get abused. And a woman was this far away from his face and she starts spitting in his face and he's not allowed to do anything. If it's okay with you, generals and admirals, I've taken that off. I say, they spit, we hit. Is that okay? I think so. They spit, it's a new thing. They spit, we hit. How about the cars where the cars are coming out? They get brand new cars, Border Patrol, ICE, beautiful, nice new cars. And they're driving along and they have to go through a gauntlet of rocks being thrown at the car. So here's this beautiful brand new car. By the time it goes 100 yards, it's destroyed. These guys have pretty good arms, some of them. And they're throwing bricks at full force into the window and into the car. It looks like it's a war zone. And I said, never let that happen again. From now on, if that ever happens, and I said here, you get out of that car and you can do whatever the hell you want to do. Because those people are, you can die from that. Those bricks go through the windows. You can die. They'd like it to. They'd like it to go through the window. But this was a couple of months ago. They just kept driving and bricks are hitting the car. And I said, why aren't they stopping? Because they were under orders from the past administration, never stop. But that's different with us. We stop. And since I gave that order, we haven't had that problem. It's very interesting. It's amazing. It's just like in Venezuela. You've seen the boats going. We can't find any more boats. They're carrying drugs, massive. Every boat kills about 25,000 people. That's what they have. They had fentanyl mostly and a lot of other drugs. And we take them out, and we've taken out 4. And it's on air. Everybody gets to see it. Not that we like to do that, but every boat kills 25,000 on average, 20, some people say more. You know, you see these boats just stacked up with bags of white powder. It's mostly fentanyl and other drugs too. And now we have a problem. General Kane says, sir, there are no boats out there. Not even fishing boats. They don't want to go fishing. I don't blame them. There'll be no fishing today, you know. But it's amazing what strength will do, because all we want to do is stop drugs from flowing into our country. It's destroying. We lost 300,000 people died last year. Everybody knows friends, many friends probably, that you lost a child, or adults too, but you lost a son or daughter because of what's coming into our border. And we're making it very hard. Oh, and we haven't even started yet. Last month, I signed an executive order to provide training for quick reaction force that can help quell civil disturbances. And this is going to be a big thing for the people in this room, because it's the enemy from within, and we have to handle it before it gets out of control. It won't get out of control. Once you're involved at all, they all joke. They say, oh, this is not good. You saw it in Washington. We had gangs of Tren de Araguas, 10, 12, 15 kids. And these military guys walk up to them, and they treat them with disrespect, and they just got pounded. They just got pounded. The gang just pounded, then thrown into paddy wagons and taken back to their country. Some are so dangerous, we don't want to even do that, because we don't want to, some of stone cold murderers, we don't have the confidence, even though they're not coming back very easily, we don't have the confidence, we put them in jails. But these service members are following in a great and storied military tradition, from protecting frontier communities to chasing outlaws and bandits in the Wild West. And our history is filled with military heroes who took on all enemies, foreign and domestic. You know that phrase very well. That's what the oath says, foreign and domestic. Well, we also have domestic. George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Grover Cleveland, George Bush.
Sorry, I'm just taking care
and
of
others
real
all
estate
use
deals.
the armed forces to keep domestic order and peace. Many of our leaders used the military to keep peace. Now they like to say, oh, you're not allowed to use the military. And you know what the people say? The people in those cities where they're being raped and shot and beat up, you know what they say? We love the military. You ever see where they interview the people on the street? I've never seen somebody say they don't, unless they're radical and paid off, because a lot of these insurrectionists are paid by, whether it's Soros or other people, but they're paid by the radical left. So today I want to thank every service member, from general to private, who has bravely helped us secure the nation's capital and make America safe for the American people. It's amazing. The whole world is watching. Everybody in the White House, they come up to me, young women, sir, thank you. I know immediately what they thank you. They don't have to say it. They walk to work now to the White House. We haven't had a crime in Washington in so long, because we got the careers, we call them the careers. We got these lunatics out, and they'll never be any good. You know, I hate to tell this to the liberal media. You could spend time with them. You could do whatever you want. You could send them to the finest schools, which they couldn't get into anyway, mentally. They couldn't get in, but no matter what you do, they'll never be good. They're bad. They're career criminals. I don't know, maybe they were born that way. Some people don't like me to say that, but maybe they were. Certainly some were. Together with the leaders here today, we're also restoring a needed focus on defeating threats in the Western Hemisphere. Throughout this region, cartel terrorists have been allowed to wage a relentless campaign of death and destruction on our country, all because we had weak leadership on top. And we did a great job with it first term, but this is something else what we're doing now. We're taking it to the next level, probably next level times 3. But we had COVID come up, and we had to take care of that. We did a great job with COVID. We had the therapeutics. It was just Regeneron, so many things we did for COVID, but we had to focus on that, and every other country in the world was being decimated by COVID. So we had to change gear a little bit to take care of that. But under our leadership, the military is now the knife's edge in combating this sinister enemy. We have to put the traffickers and cartels on notice, and we've done that. And we put them, a lot of them, we've call them a terrorist organization, which is actually a big thing to do. Nobody's done it, but I've done it with a lot of them. It gives you a tremendous advantage. If you try to poison our people, we will blow you out of existence, because it's the only language they really understand. That's why you don't see any more boats on the ocean. You don't see any boats. Around Venezuela, there's nothing. As president, I will never hesitate to defend our people from threats of violence, from the horrible plague that's taking place from within. The Iran nuclear power, the Iran, all of the great power that we thought existed, we blew it out to kingdom. We took advantage of it, and we just really took advantage of it, and it was a beautiful thing to see, and that's what military power can achieve. That's why I chose Raising Cane. He's fantastic, by the way. I hope you all agree. If anybody disagrees, could I please have your hand? Who disappears that Raising Cane is no good? Just raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised. All right. That means you're okay. That means that he's okay now, but I saw his results. You know, he took out ISIS. I was told it was going to take 4 years. It took 4 weeks. I went to see him, and he took him out in 4 weeks, knocked him out, knocked him to hell. And I was told by military people it was going to take 4 to 5 years to do it. And I don't even know if we'll have it then, sir. These were the Washington generals. I call them the television generals. But Raising Cane did it in 4 weeks, took out 100% of the ISIS caliphate. As a result of these actions and many others since my inauguration, we're witnessing the triumphant return of peace through strength. We have great peace through strength. America is respected again as a country. We were not respected with Biden. They looked at him falling downstairs every day. Every day the guy's falling downstairs. He said, it's not our president. We can't have it. I'm very careful, you know, when I walk downstairs like I'm on stairs, like these stairs, I walk very slowly. Nobody has to set a record. Just try not to fall. Because it doesn't work out well. A few of our presidents have fallen, and it became a part of their legacy. We don't want that. You walk nice and easy. You don't have to set any record. Be cool. Be cool when you walk down, but don't bop down the stairs. So one thing with Obama, I had zero respect for him as a president, but he would bop down those stairs. I've never said, da-da, 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 bop, bop, bop. He'd go down the stairs, wouldn't hold on. I said, it's great. I don't want to do it. I guess I could do it. But eventually, bad things are going to happen. And it only takes once. But he did a lousy job as president. A year ago, we were a dead country. We were dead. This country was going to hell. We were dead in every way, from immigration to military. We didn't have the weapons. We were given everything to Ukraine. We had nothing. And by the way, I have to tell you, now, as you know, I went over and I met with NATO, and NATO raised from 2 to 5, which everyone said 5% of GDP. Millions and now trillions of dollars are pouring in. They didn't pay the 2% because they know we were there to pay it. And now they paid the 5%. That's trillions of dollars. And we're not spending any money on that war, not 10 cents. We sell our equipment to NATO. NATO pays us for the equipment, and they give it to Ukraine or whoever they give it to. They can keep it, but we're not involved. We have no money going out. Biden gave $350 billion, not sustainable, $350 billion. And we have a war that should have never started. But we're not doing that anymore. So I just want you to know we're selling equipment. Our people are buying equipment. They are buying the equipment at full price, a fair price. So I don't want to say we're making money, because I don't want to be making money on a war. It's too many people dying. They're losing 7,000 soldiers a week. A lot of them are Russian soldiers, but between the two countries, mostly soldiers, by the way. Sometimes, you know, in Kiev, they'll lob a missile in, or some drones in, kill some people. But mostly it's soldiers. Russia and Ukraine are losing 7,000 souls. And you know, they're not American, they're not us, they're not you. We have a special obligation. But they're soldiers, they're young people, they leave their parents, they wave goodbye, and then 2 days later, they're blown up so unnecessarily. And so that's the primary reason I want to get it done. We got to get it done. It's crazy what's going on. That's the worst war that there's been since World War II. The number of soldiers that are being killed there is just crazy. From 5,000 to 7,000 soldiers die a week. Think of that. So I think we'll get that done, but that's turned out to be the toughest one. I'm so disappointed in President Putin. I thought he would get this thing over with. He should have had that war done in a week. And I said to him, you don't look good. You're 4 years fighting a war that should have taken a week. Are you a paper tiger?
I said, "Are you a paper tiger?"
It's a shame, but I think eventually we'll get that one done, just like in theory, I want to knock on wood, because you never know. It's like we're going to have the Middle East done, which is actually a much harder thing to do. I mean, thousands of years, but we have to get that war done. So now just think of it, we're a dead country. I was with the King of Saudi Arabia, a great guy. I was with the Emir of Qatar. I was with the great leadership of UAE. I was over there. We brought back $2 trillion and more. They ordered 200 planes, Boeings, they ordered so much, and they were great. But they all said essentially the same thing. They said, 1 year ago, you were a dead country, and now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country in the world right now. The absolute hottest country in the world. There's nobody even close. Putin said that to me. We met in Alaska, had a good meeting. Then he went back and started sending drones into Kiev. I said, I thought we had a good meeting. But it's one of those things. But we were a dead country a year ago, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Think of that. You could be proud of that. And you must have felt like hell when you have a wife or a husband at home, and you used to read the numbers that we can't get people to join the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard. You must have felt like, I have a job that nobody wants. That doesn't feel good. Well, now you have a job that is brimming over with people wanting it. They want it. And you're able to get a much higher quality because now you have your choice. You want so many. And we're going to have many, many people that aren't going to be able to join because of the fact that we don't need them at this moment. But think of it, what a difference that is from, I could just imagine 2 years ago, you're reading front page articles in the New York Times, of course, and Wall Street Journal. They always give us unfair stories. But they played it so big, they were playing it so big. Nobody wants to join the Army, the Marines, the Air Force. They don't want to join. They don't want to join the Coast Guard at all. Nobody wants to join. Nobody wants to join our police forces. Our police forces also. It's almost went hand in hand. And I used to say, boy, I'm speaking in front of the military today, and it's embarrassing because I'm speaking in front of people who have a job that other people don't want, but now you have a job that everybody wants. So I think that has to make you feel good. It's one of the reasons I love being here today, because I wanted to say that. I have to say that everybody wants to be in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines. If you think the Coast Guard and Space Force, our beautiful Space Force, it's a whole different world. And now they're signing up, by the way, seriously big numbers for the police. Dangerous job, isn't it? Huh? Fire department. But that's the paving the way for progress once thought almost impossible. I mean, a year ago, you wouldn't have thought that was possible. A year ago, they were talking about making the military smaller because they can't get the people to join. We're thinking about making it larger because we have so many people. And it's nice to be able to cut people because of merit that aren't really qualified for any reason, a physical reason, a mental reason. You don't have to take them anymore because you have the pick of the litter, and they all want to be with you. They all want your job. They want to be with you. They want to work with you. They'll even take your job, Got to be a little bit sharp. You got to watch it. But everybody wants to be doing what you're doing now. What a difference when I speak to you, and I can say that as opposed to a couple of years ago when I was talking to rooms where they were desperate to get people and they couldn't get them. What a difference a presidential election can make. That's all it is. It's just a presidential election. Yesterday at the White House, we put forward a plan for peace in Gaza. We announced it, and we're going to create something that was my idea, but unfortunately I got drafted. It's going to be called the Board of Peace, and it's going to reign over that territory, and we're going to get that done. And they asked if I'd be the chairman of the Board of Peace. I wasn't counting on that. I had the idea for the Board of Peace, but I said yes, and I guess because of that, every leader, everybody wants to be on the Board of Peace, and we're going to watch over that very volatile part of the world and keep it non-volatile, so you don't have to get involved. We want to save you for other things or save you for nothing from that standpoint. We don't want you fighting wars, but if you have to, you're the most lethal fighting force in the world. And I would say that even 2-3 years ago, but now I say it with great enthusiasm. It's so true. And we're striving tirelessly to end the terrible war in Ukraine. And as you know, we're also working hard to get the allies to share more of the burden of our defense. Much of that has really already taken place. But all NATO members have committed to the increase that I talked about. Think of that. That was unthinkable. It used to be 1%, then we got it up to 2% in my last term. And they did not like it. And now I got it to 5%. And I get along great with all of them. In fact, they call me the president of NATO. I said, I don't think so. But they're great. They're great people. And they're spending a lot of money. And a lot of money that they should have been spending in the past. But I think Putin was a wake-up call for them, really. We're now selling large quantities of American-made weapons to NATO, and we're getting really fair pricing. We're making a lot of money. It's my hope that from Europe to Asia to the Middle East, our allies will make similar commitments to increase their military capabilities. And this will greatly strengthen our alliances, and also it'll make war far less likely. You know, if you're a strong presence like we are such a strong presence now. And I go around bragging about that. I said, we have the strongest military anywhere in the world. I say it. You never heard Biden say that. You never heard him say anything. But you never heard him say, did you ever hear him say, we have the strongest military? He doesn't say that. I say it. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have great leadership. And I'll tell you, Pete and General Kane, and all of the people that I've met that have been lifted up in rank. And we got many of them out of here, too. I'll be honest with you. Didn't like doing it, but we got many of you out of here because we weren't satisfied. We know everything about everybody. It'll also help the United States rapidly rebuild our defense industrial base. Each of you can play an important part in getting allies to do their part. So to that end, Secretary Hegseth will soon be announcing major reforms to streamline military acquisitions and expedite foreign military sales. We have tremendous numbers of countries that want to buy our equipment, and you know, in many cases it takes too long. They're backlogged. We're backlogged on all the equipment, which is something that's new to us a little bit. And I told those companies, you better get your ass going, because we're selling you a lot of equipment. We're getting countries to buy your equipment. You got to produce the equipment. Some of the countries, I'm not going to mention, but some of the countries are buying a lot. And that's a good thing. They're on our side 95%. I'll never say 100% because it can always turn, right? You know about that. But they're on our side. The problem is we have to get the companies that make this equipment, and we make the best equipment in the world, but they got to make it faster. We have orders for the F-35. We have orders for everything. The new F-47. We have orders for everything. They got to make it faster. A lot faster. Ammunition they have to make faster. In the coming months, we'll be making even more historic announcements to fully embrace the identity of the Department of War. I love the name. I think it's so great. I think it stops wars. The Department of War is going to stop wars. If we are as ruthless and relentless as our enemies, the United States Armed Forces will be totally unmatched in the future. We have a group of enemies that are very ruthless and very smart but they can't match us. They can't match us. They don't even come close to matching us. Again, it's very important for me to say we have the greatest military in the world, but we make the best equipment in the world. I watched our anti-missile missiles. I watched our Patriots just knock things out like a needle, hitting another needle on the stage. There's a needle up there, and you send another needle up, and it hits it every time. During the war, we went 14 for 14. We had 14, this is where they ran, we had 14 missiles coming at us. All 14 were knocked out of the sky, every one of them. We make the best equipment. From Sparta to Rome, to the British Empire, to the United States of America, history has shown that military supremacy has never been simply a matter of money or manpower. At the end of the day, it is the culture, spirit of our military that truly sets us apart from any other nation. Our ultimate strength will always come from the fierce people and those brilliant people with such pride and the unbending will and the traditions of excellence that have made us the most unstoppable force ever to walk the face of the earth. And that's what we are. Remember, we never want to use it, but we have the most powerful nuclear capability, and I call it nuclear deterrent of any other country, nobody close. The men and women in this room inherit the legacy built and won by Washington and Jackson, Grant and Pershing, Eisenhower and Patton, Nimitz and LeMay. We carry forward the majestic military heritage passed down from father to son, soldier to soldier, and one generation of warriors to the next. You are warriors, you know that, right? You're great warriors, or you wouldn't be in this room. You're the best of the best. From Concord Bridge to Fort McHenry, from Gettysburg to Manila Bay, from Normandy to Sicily, and from the jungles of Vietnam to the dusty streets of Baghdad, America's military has charged into hellfire, climbed up jagged mountains, crossed roaring oceans, and thundered across open deserts to defend our flag, our freedom, and our homeland. Nobody does it like you. Now we are discovering American muscle, reasserting American might, and beginning the next story chapter in American military legends and lore. That's L-O-R-E. It is lore. When it comes to defending our way of life, nothing will slow us. No enemy will stop us. They cannot stop us. And no adversary will stand in our way. They won't stand in our way. We don't want them to stand in our way. We don't want to even put them in that position, but they're not going to stand in our way ever again. You'll never see 4 years like we had with Biden and that group of incompetent people that ran this country that should have never been there. Because we are the United States military, the best, the boldest, the bravest that the world has ever seen, that the world has ever known. With leaders like we have right here in this beautiful room today, we will vanquish every danger and crush every threat to our freedom in every generation to come, because we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. I want to just thank you once again, and God bless the United States military, and God bless America. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's Trump finished. Hello? Oh my days. Bear with me. I'm just on a call. Sorry. There's nothing happening in the market right now. My SPY's just hit the low, as you can see. Yes. Let me just confirm. 2 seconds. Postcode was just not given, so let me just check somewhere else. It's a CV6, sorry. Yep. Free EP. It is, no problem. Yep. But I'm Shugs. I'm acting on behalf of the buyer, Anisha. It is, sir. Okay, so I was sent something about a terms and conditions or something like that. It gave me a cost breakdown and things like that, and then it told me to click it and register. But when I click the link, obviously, it's not sending me anywhere. Sorry, it's not sending me anywhere. So I'm just wondering where we're at with things. I can see on my side that it's one. Yes, reservation and a reservation and ID check has been signed and sent back to yourself, and then that's when the buyer received this, and she was a bit confused, so they've contacted me to find out what's going on. N- Okay then. Okay then. Let's say we forget about. Okay, no problem. Let's just say we forget about what's been added now. What would be the steps to move forward? All of those things have been done. Everything. Everything's been done. All of all of that was on the solicitor stuff was on on there already, so you should have that. Please do. And can you just ask for me to be notified of this as well, please? Sophia has all my details. Can you ask for all of that information to be sent to me as well, please? Sophia has my details. Mhm. Mhm. Okay. If you guys do that, I will get them to. If that's no problem. If you guys do that, I'll get them to fill me in on what's going on. Okay then, sir. I'll just wait for you guys then. And can you ask Sophie to call me back as soon as possible then, please? Yeah. If there's nothing that we need to discuss and move forward, and everything on our side is done, then she doesn't need to call back. We will just wait for. Sorry. Okay. Okay, we'll wait for you guys then. No problem. Okay. No, that's perfect, sir. Thank you for your time. No problem. God bless you. You too as well. God bless you, sir. Thank you. Bye bye. So yeah, another deal. Knocked out the park, hopefully. You know what I'm saying? My seller put me through the walls of Jericho to get to this property, mate. Honestly, never doing this again. But hopefully now, we just push this sell over the line and bish bash bong. Yo, buddy. It's all good. Yeah, yeah, all sorted. What? Which one? It's okay, brother. You don't need to send that to me, buddy. I know what everything is, innit? You don't need to send that to me. Long as the main thing is here, brother, when you're doing business with me, is that you have the peace of mind, innit? Not me. Yeah. I'm up to date with what's going on in it, with most things, innit? Most things. Right now, hold on a minute. After this, what you've just sent me, have they sent you something else? Okay. So you should get the confirmation now of everything, innit? Very shortly, innit? Either today or tomorrow. I was just on the phone with them literally 5 minutes just before I messaged you. It'll have everything, all of that. It's gonna go. Everything's gonna get sent to your solicitors now, innit? That's what they said. Because I said, can you put me in? Can you put me involved in the email? But then I said, you know what? Just to save the complications, you guys send it to them, and they will update me of what's going on in it. So say no. It's gonna go to Anisha and the lawyers, innit? Okay, long as you lot, yeah, long as you lot are happy on your end. Like I said, brother, I try to be transparent and try to make this as smooth as possible, innit? I don't normally go this route, innit? I don't normally, but obviously they're having a divorce, innit? So it's just how it is, innit? It's just how it is. You should have hopefully by tomorrow, innit? I did request a call from the main lady, but I'm just like, you know what? There's no point me jumping on the phone to her, just pestering her, just talking in it for nothing, in it. If I just mentioned obviously that document, etc., etc. He went and looked on the back end and said, nah, mate, everything's all good. It's 140. You get me, etc., etc. Everything on your side's done. Leave it to us. We'll send you an email. Yeah, it's got everything, bro. They can't go nowhere, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? Obviously, my guys already authorized it to be sold to us at this price, innit? So no one can go around us, innit? Funding, funding, funding. Which one? Delmos. I think he didn't mention nothing about that, but yeah. But that's the main lady telling me this. Obviously, once I just spoke to the guy that was looking at from what you've just sent, because obviously they're corresponding with you as well. Um, Obviously everything's up to date. It might be that we're waiting for that part in it. You know, the proof of funds. Yeah, yeah. You just got to literally just show. Obviously, it's to save people that's trying to money launder in it, buddy, in it. Do you know what I'm saying? So they just want to know where's your money come from, innit? Yeah, of course. But then it's not a call, innit? It's a fact of showing, innit? And then if that's what's coming, that's what should be coming next. If not, the lawyers and that should be getting the documents, innit? And yourself. Yeah. Well, and if they say no, just let them know that it should be coming latest tomorrow, innit? Yeah. Alright, alright. What we doing with this other property? All right, okay. We took. All right, we'll go with that tomorrow then. Innit? No problem. All right, buddy. Nice one. God bless. Bye. Do you know what? I forgot to ask him when am I gonna get paid. Who's that? Happy? What's up, bro? Life made us. I don't know who that is, but God bless you, brother. Come subscribe, hang out with the lads. We're gonna show you how we're making this real bread over here. God bless you, brother, for the comment. God bless you. Alright, so that's that deal. Hold on, let's find out when this guy's paying me actually, because I need to get paid too. Everyone wants to get paid. I'm gonna bring this guy onto the stream. I'm gonna prove all of this to you lot live. I'm not even gonna tell you how much this person just made on this deal. I'm gonna wait for them to come on and everyone, yeah. Let's find out when I'm getting paid. Wait for him to get back to me because man needs to get paid. Cause you have to abandon music, brother. Music ain't doing nothing. Don't get me wrong, music still it's popping, innit? You just gotta know what you're doing, innit? But we're gonna come to the music side real soon. Right now we're just having some fun. Music's stressful. Trust me, music is stressful. Everybody got too much egos, man. Too much egos in the room. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. What is this? Oh, penny. Keep that crap. Keep that crap, blood. We don't want no pennies. Keep that crap. But yeah, follow man on Instagram. Spread the word, spread the stream. We're gonna do all this live. Trading, real estate. All you silly fake traders as well. Tired of you lot. I'm tired of you lot. But we're not gonna call no names, you know what I'm saying? We're just gonna do our thing, and in the grace of God, the right people will find us, innit? You know what I'm saying? When I bring people on the stream, we show real deals getting done. You know what I'm saying? And then they're saying, oh, Shugs did this, changed my life, millionaire, this. Yeah, all right, keep playing. Keep playing. We're gonna do this live now. But yo, market's trying to push back up. Nothing ain't really happening. We've literally got about 17 million in volume, which is shocking. So you've got to kind of look for, by the looks of it, individual names, innit? Like you're not gonna, there ain't no juice here. Bonds are holding up nice and strong. Market's looking all right. I'm gonna be honest. Actually, hold on. VIX is at 16, which is not too bad, but Nasdaq's green, SPY S&P 500 is red, Dow Jones red, Russell 200 red. So the market's not looking too great. You know what I'm saying? But we had some good data, so I'm not too sure why we're kind of lagging. What time is Euro? I think Europe shuts in about half an hour. So, yeah, we might get some movement by then. But 18 million for the first, what, two hours, hour and a half? That is shocking. got another deal coming through the line. We got another one. Oh man, I can't wait to show it. But like I said, guys, listen. Once we get to 50, like people that's really, like, I'll be honest with you, I'm not really fussed about this YouTube stuff, innit? Like, I'm really not. I'm really trying to get like 50 people that are serious about grinding. Yeah, we can move. Other than that, I'm not interested. Dun, 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 dun. Come on, then. Nothing's jumping right now. Let's see what it's about. Trust me, my eyes. You lot might only see the one screen, innit? But I've got another screen over here, innit? So I'm scanning. I'm still looking for the honey pot. Looks like it might even just be a red day. I think Trump might try and come and speak again to try and talk this up, you know? Give it his little waffle. Give his little waffle. Give his little waffle. Dun, dun, dun. But yeah, all this is done live, so you can always watch back the streams. You know what I'm saying? Like, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Come hang out with your boy, hang out with your friends. Dum dum dum. Dum dum dum. Dum dum dum. Dum 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 dum. Gutted, I can't listen to some music. Someone make me some music. I need some background music. Like nothing. It has to be chilled though. Like it can't be nothing too mad. I'm an R&B kind of guy now, you know. So if you got some R&B beats in the background, holla. Or any of you not got any music, send that. Run that on the stream, you know what I'm saying? And if you want to come up here and get any advice, just come up. Most times we're going to be streaming. I'm trying to get this stream on like every day. Obviously, other than the weekend. Unless I'm going out to do basically, anytime I'm doing anything to do with investing, this stream is going to be on. Do you know what I'm saying? The more people that come, talk, we'll do videos where we're talking about breaking down certain things. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I've made loads of mistakes in it, so I definitely know I can help. Do you know what I'm saying? We've definitely got contacts in majority of the, pretty much most parts of the world. I don't think there's an area anywhere that matters. Put it that way. We have connections in those kind of we have connections in those countries and regions. So this ain't just gonna be about, finance. Well, it is gonna be. I'm trying to keep this channel mainly about investing and business and stuff like that. So again, there might be, I don't know, through connections that I have, there might be someone out there that might want to they might not want to do nothing to do with investing, but they want to talk to us because obviously I have people in, I don't know, I don't want to just throw things out there, but majority of industries, I know somebody in it. So if it's something that you want to get a job in, or like let's just say, for example, your son wanted to be, or your daughter wanted to be a footballer, for example, innit? I know scouts, directly in it to like Chelsea, Fulham. I know a few people that obviously can make things happen. Obviously, you've got to be good. It's not one of those kind of favoritism things. So I'm trying to make this channel really about investing. But if I've got connections to help you, like I just said, football, if your kids are in there, and I know somebody, I'm happily obviously make that kind of connection for you lot, So wherever we can help here, we're not taking no sponsors in it. There's no ads. We're trying to block all of that. There's a link in the description. If you don't want to support, that's how you support. Do you know what I'm saying? We're not trying to be influenced by anyone here. Well, if y'all don't want to get your hand in your pocket, see, those hands are gonna get full in there. Nah, I'm playing. But yeah, we're trying to do this purely, solely from the heart. The guy that actually taught me this, innit? Like, I'm not gonna lie. Most probably saved man's life, innit? So I never sit here and act like it was all me. I got taught this. Obviously, I've perfected it, made it my own, but he definitely showed me how to do this properly. And I'm sure we get this stream popping, he'll come on and talk to you guys as well. He loves helping just like me. It's weird, but we love helping, innit? So I'm sure he will come on here 100% if we can get this stream moving, Definitely still owe him a gift, to be fair. Like I said, the guy changed my life. The one thing he did say to me, he said, Shugs, when you go out there, you gotta be careful with this information, Gotta be careful. Not everybody's intentions are good. See that red line though, yeah? That's really important. As long as we're above that red line, it should go up. If we're below that red line, it's not looking good. Obviously there's some other factors as well, but that's something you can keep your eye on when you're watching my screen. See if there's anything that we're missing. Do you know what happened?
Mike, we are going to ask you a question about Talent Wars, but I'm just going to make an appeal to you to just be honest with me on this. how big a factor it is or isn't for you right now on the product team at Anthropic. In particular, I'm looking at the pace at which OpenAI is putting stuff out, Meta is putting stuff out. Just through your experience, what's the talent situation right now?
I'm seeing much more of that talent sort of, back and forth happen within the research side in general, a little bit less on the product, although I think there's some key hires where that's been the case. One thing that's been a positive sort of maybe surprise or just outcome of how mission-oriented a lot of the Anthropic team really has been, it's affected us very minimally in terms of that back and forth that you're seeing maybe among some of the other frontier labs, which is very encouraging. Of course, we have to continue to make sure we build a great culture and maintain that mission alignment, but so far, it's been minimally affecting us.
If we take Sonnet 4.5 as the case study, what were the types of roles that you needed to bring in to roll out the release?
I think people think of research and model science as being fairly cut and dry. I actually think that there's a lot of art and taste to it as well. You're making a lot of decisions from a research engineering perspective around what are the tasks the model needs to improve on, how will it improve on that, how will we know that it's improving on that, and so a lot of that reinforcement learning post-training piece is the key shape of what we really thought about in Sonnet 4.5.
Mike Krieger, Anthropic Chief Product Officer, was a real deep dive into Sonnet 4.5. Thank you so much for joining us back on Bloomberg Tech. Now, coming up on the show, DoorDash has a new autonomous robot. Meet Dot. Hi, Dot. We'll talk to the VP of DoorDash Labs about what this robot delivers in terms of its capabilities. That's next. This is Bloomberg Tech.
Google Workspace with Gemini offers AI that's embedded in the apps that you work with every day, like Gmail, Drive, and Docs. Generate documents, create images, and more, all without leaving your current work stream. That's Google Workspace with Gemini.
Alright, market's not really doing nothing. Tell you what though, when I did cut off the stream the other night, I just missed out on 2 plays. Here, we're working. We're here. What else do I need to do today? Try and close this next one. Let's get on the ball. I'm still here, guys. I'm still here. Nothing's going on. Spies hitting low. Let me update my group as well, actually. Sorry guys, I'm still here. I'm literally just doing another deal. I'm back. Sorry. About to do is hopefully doing Romania. Doing a deal out in Romania. So let's get back to the money. Sorry guys, literally we're trying to do some. This is why we need some more staff members. You know, the team's not enough. We need some more people. So yo, if you wanna get involved in the hustle, come. You see, I'm not even speaking for like 20 minutes because I'm talking to 3-4 different customers. Oh man, where's Nat when you need her, eh? Looks like we're going. Where are we going now? Where is this still? These things go on in some mad places. Let me just check some information. There's nothing going on, honestly. We're stuck at 23 million in volume. Nothing's really moving. Everything's red. Hungry, you know. But yeah, anyone got any questions? Real estate, come into the chat, drop the message. You know what I'm saying? And I'm right there. Where are they trying to make us go now? Montegro. Where the hell is that? Montegro. I don't know where these. Man, this job puts me in some weird places, mate. I tell you that. Oh, I'm knackered. Sat in front of this computer all day. Been literally curled up in bed. My family members passed. It's not been good. Let's see, okay, uploaded it to my chat. Everything is red right now. I don't think Trump's back up. See what Mr. Durham be saying.
Everyone understands that the status quo where Americans pay more for drugs, prescription drugs, and they pay more than foreign countries who take advantage of us in many other ways, although not so many anymore. I think we've We pretty well got that stopped, right? I think so. We've stopped that, but they took advantage of a lot of other precedents, that I can tell you. But we're making this pay to be very unacceptable, what they've done in the past. That's why my administration is also taking historic action to investigate the unfair and discriminatory trade practices of other countries that extort our pharmaceutical makers to shift costs onto the American consumer. They say, no, give us a price, a very low price, and just charge the American consumer, charge it to the U.S. The United States is done subsidizing the health care of the rest of the world. It's a big thing. I can't tell you how big this is. And I was all set to go on it first term, but then you had the COVID, and we had to focus on that. But I said, I want to get back here because you're talking about 14, 15, 1,600% reductions in some cases. But by taking this bold step, we're ending the era of global price gouging at the expense of American families, and we're making America healthy again, which is our little theme for the people behind me. And I want to just ask Secretary Kennedy to come up, and we'll start, and we'll go through it with Oz and Klomp and Bourla and McCary, and we'll go through it, and if you have any questions. But this is a really big announcement. This is something that most people said was not doable. And other countries are going along because we told them, if you don't go along, they didn't have to go along. But if they didn't go along, we were going to put extra tariffs on those countries, and we were going to charge them the amount of money that they should be paying for the reduction in costs. So I think we had a pretty good negotiating position. So, Bobby, I'd like you to speak about this, and what a great job, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by thanking a couple of people who aren't up here, Theo Merkel, Dr. Heidi Overton, who played key roles in this negotiation and helped make this happen. And also Inma Hernandez, who's not up here, but John Brook and Chris Klomp, who were the people who were negotiating, in some cases, I think including last night, 24 hours without any sleep. This would not have happened without President Trump's leadership. I told my son last night, we're all under secrecy about this, but I told my son late last night, a 27-year-old son, Connor, who's a very liberal Democrat. And I told him this was happening, and he just paused for a minute, and he said, "Thank you, Dad, I'm so proud of you." Because this is something Democrats have wanted for 20 years. Republicans have wanted for 20 years. Everybody said they're going to do it. Nobody has even taken a step towards doing it. And the reason was because it was such a daunting task. And, even all of the negotiators, I also want to thank Howard Lutnick. This would not have happened without him. But even all of the negotiators here and all the people on both at HHS and at the White House team, all we could see was all the reasons that this couldn't happen. Everybody had tried. Nobody could make it happen. And it was President Trump alone who, with his doggedness, his persistence, he saw this clearly in a way that none of us other, in its most simplest terms. Why are we spending more on this country than any other country? Why are we spending 75% of the revenues that come to the pharmaceutical industry? We're doing all the research, and everybody else is riding on our slipstream. And President Trump, I would say, harangued and harassed us to make this happen. I was getting calls at 11:30, 12 o'clock at night. "Oh, are you asleep? And you got to get MFN done." And at one point, Dr. Oz told me, "I can't take the president's calls anymore." I have a lot of reasons, my wife has a lot of reasons to say to me about different things that happen in my life. Doesn't that give you anxiety? And I say, I don't get anxiety. This gave me anxiety. Oh, thank you, President Trump. It would not have happened without your leadership. This is real leadership. It's a president who has a vision and makes that vision happen. And I can't think of any other president of the United States who could have done this in our history. I'm very grateful to you. This is an extraordinary benefit to the American people. Thank you for your vision, President Trump, your bold action, your unwavering commitment to health and well-being of the American people. Never has a president stood up so bravely for the American people with respect to health care. And by the way, I forgot to thank Albert Berle. Albert and I have had a long history of antipathy and antagonism toward each other. But I have to say his leadership in this took tremendous courage. And he really created a template for corporate responsibility, for putting public health ahead of his individual interests. So I'm very, very grateful to you for that, Albert. Under the leadership of President Trump, the U.S. government is now acting as a tough negotiator on behalf of the American people. Today is about fairness, it's about equality, it's about giving hope to those who are trying to stay healthy, who are managing illness and or fighting for their lives. We refuse to make the most vulnerable citizens continue to pay an unthinkable price for the world's pharmaceutical breakthroughs, which we pay for. This policy is a shield for the chronically ill who have carried the burden of high drug costs for far too long. It's a signal to every American family that we're finally putting their health and financial security first. And it sets a new standard, one that says we won't write blank checks to the drug industry any longer. No family should ever be forced to choose between filling a prescription and putting food on the table. Americans should not be gouged paying 300 or 400 or 1,000% more than people in other countries for the exact same drug, many times manufactured in the same factory in New Jersey and sold in Great Britain for 1/10 the price that it's being sold for here. This week, and I was with some friends up in Martha's Vineyard, and an old friend, one of my oldest friends, his wife and daughter have a chronic disease. And that chronic disease last year cost $150,000 to treat. And the mother had to choose whether she was going to take that money and spend it on her or her daughter. And she spent it on her daughter. So she had to make that choice. It's a choice that no mother should have to make. We did a roundtable recently on drug prices. One patient spent more than $180,000 on one drug. One cashed in all of her savings and worked 3 jobs to make ends meet. One almost quit her job and moved to Germany to get the drug cheaper. Some looked at getting the drug on unsafe secondary markets because they could not afford it through the legitimate markets. Today, we begin to right that ship. For the mother trying to help her child get better, for a grandmother at the pharmacy counter, and for millions of Americans who want to restore their health. Today is about another promise made by President Trump and another promise kept by President Trump to the American people. And it's only just the beginning. This is all thanks to your unwavering leadership, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is a fine line between vision and hallucination. People have to follow you for it to be a vision. And President Trump, you made a lot of people following you, an idea that most people thought was not possible, even remotely. And when we have that shared vision, and I'll speak to some of the people who are involved in this process, because it was incredible effort that gives me great pride to serve in this administration. And the fact that it did not leak is also an issue of pride for us, because these were tough challenges. And Albert Bourla looks very calm up here and cat-like, but he is ferocious when you get him in a negotiating room. This is true for all the pharmaceutical companies that we are negotiating with. And Secretary Kennedy, my son Oliver, who I told about this deal as I was walking over here, is a Republican. And you know what he said? Thank you for making us proud. Because it's not just a Democratic problem, it's a Republican problem. This has not happened before. And it took a crusader like President Trump, with the support of Secretary Kennedy, Secretary Lutnick, I see the vice presidents here as well, just unwavering, dogged pursuit of change. And now I have to admit that I know the president has me on speed dial, and most of the time when he would call me, as Secretary Kennedy alluded to, it was about MFN, and he always had reasons why we needed to go faster, why people were being hurt today, because we're allowing the kinds of pricing that had been tolerated for so many decades in America. The time of the day didn't matter, the day of the week didn't matter, and that's how the president was functioning. This was such an important part of what he saw as his legacy, which is why it brings such pride to all of us up here. And that's how the president was functioning. Many others to deliver. And the laser focus that the president had on this which he shared with me the day that I was nominated, that he nominated me for this position, and has reminded me frequently since, made it a top priority for us as well at CMS. Now, to do this, you have to have tactics, not just vision, but tactics. And the first tactic the president shared was to introduce me to Albert Bourla. He took us to dinner with Secretary Kennedy, and he argued, and he's a great deal maker, as you know, that if you're going to make a deal of this scope, of this nature, you need trust. So the president lit the kindling. He got the embers going, but he needed us to nurture that beginning of a fire so they would blaze into what today we can announce as the grand deal, one of the greatest ever, certainly in the space of pharmaceuticals. I gained to respect Albert, and I'll tell you why in particular. It was because he recognized the dangerous problems facing so many Americans, that they had to choose between taking medications prescribed by their doctor that could be life-saving, or shopping at the grocery store, paying for their kids a fundamentally important need that would be squeezed out because they couldn't compromise on drugs, or often worse, they'd compromise on the drugs. 1/3 of all prescriptions are not filled in the pharmacy because of this. We talked through the winter, we talked through the spring, we talked through the summer, and we got nowhere. We stalled. The industry is powerful, they're important, they have smart people. There's no reason for them to give the numbers that the president is articulating today. And you see these numbers on the charts around us. These are massive wins for the American people. But the president in July demanded, after the executive order, that manufacturers make a firm commitment and to lower prices or else. And it sent shockwaves through the industry. It got the ball rolling again. Our talks with Albert heated up, but it wasn't until last week, if you want an inside story, it wasn't until last week that we made a major breakthrough. And our hardworking team embarked on a remarkable story that I think books will be written about, 24/7 nonstop with industry, with Albert, with his great team at Pfizer. And with this partnership, we began to deal with the fundamental challenges we have, which is protecting medical advances for the future, while at the same time securing the prices Americans want today. We're going to continue to stimulate and strengthen innovation. That's what a great country does, and we are a great country with a great leader. We're going to protect the U.S. hegemony in R&D. We dominate the planet in discovering cures for illnesses. All those orphan ailments, all those remarkable advances, they come from research labs here with companies like Pfizer and other great ones in the pharmaceutical space. We're going to lead in the life sciences. We're going to lead in ideas. And we're going to make sure that we do all that while we're being fair to the American people, especially our most vulnerable. We're going to finally deliver on the fair drug prices that President Trump has been speaking about for 2 terms. We're going to celebrate this historic day, I predict, this historic day in the medical field for generations to come. The heroic negotiators that I do feel compelled to mention, and Secretary Kennedy kindly also mentioned their names. Some of them can't be in here because they're busy negotiating future deals. Inma Hernandez-Delso, John Brooks, who's a deputy administrator of mine, Theo Merkel, who is in the back and tall and hard to miss with DPC, and Corey Enslin with the same group, did a spectacular job, and Don Dempsey at OMB. Just wonderful human beings, worked tirelessly to get this done. We were able to secure this first MFN deal, and the president touched on this, but we have much more to come. You'll be hearing breaking news from the president for the rest of the fall. And Mr. President, these brilliant minds are here because of you. Now, I don't want to just pay homage to this. I want to actually speak this a little bit. The passion to protect the American people brings top-tier Americans into the government. We've created a powerful administration with the president's leadership, an administration of winners. People get things done. They see the generational opportunity to fix the biggest problems our nation faces. And the person who led this negotiation, Chris Klump, embodies this seal. Now, Chris Klump came to visit Secretary Kennedy and I the very first day we were looking for staff to try to bring in the government. And neither of us really had an idea of how challenging this might be. And he came to the interview, and we knew that he had built a business that was worth several $100 million. And the secretary, very poker-faced as he tends to be, looked at him and said, "Are you willing to give it all up and move your family to Washington?" A young family, 4 young children, beautiful wife. "Are you willing to come across the country and serve our nation, serve this president to ensure vital programs like Medicare, which he runs, will keep our seniors healthy for years to come?" He gave it all up, like so many have in this administration, passionate to follow the president's lead and serve under Secretary Kennedy. And for those of you at home who are watching, and I hope there are quite a few, I think this shows just how cool a place it is to work, is in this government. And I take great pride in handing the ball to Chris. Chris, tell the American people what they have won thanks to your passionate ability to deliver on President Trump's promise.
Thank you, Mr. President. You have enabled something that as recently as last night, nearly everyone has said was impossible. And Secretary Kennedy and Administrator Oz, thank you for having trust in us as a negotiating team to drive this forward on behalf of the American people. It is an absolute honor and privilege. And Mr. Bourla, to you and to the team at Pfizer, you have taken a step that I think few appreciate, requires a level of courage to change something that for decades administrations have tried. And there was no incentive rationally for you to do, and yet you've done it because you recognize the opportunity to align your economic interest with the social interest of the American people, and we are grateful. Today is historic, as has been discussed. This is a major win in the battle for affordable health care and affordable drugs. As the president said, on average, we pay nearly 3 times what the rest of the wealthy world pays for branded pharmaceuticals. And yet we derive more than 50% of global R&D, 50% of revenues, nearly 70% of profits. It's unjust, it's morally unjust. And when this happens, we stifle innovation and we limit access for the most vulnerable people across the planet and in America who need these medications. And so the president directed us to make deals. That's what he does, and it's what we do. And all great deals, and this is a great deal, are rooted in principles. And this deal was rooted in the principle of fairness. Now, the president could have directed us to go to the poorest country on the planet and find the cheapest price for every single drug and bring that back to the United States and use the might of the government to insist that that's the price we pay. And that might have worked actually for just a little bit. But very quickly, it would have utterly destroyed innovation in pharmaceuticals. It would have destroyed American primacy in building life-saving medications. There are nearly 20,000 known diseases on the planet. We have treatments or cures for far fewer than 10% of them. So that would have been a bad strategy, and it would have limited access to those who need those medications the most. But he didn't call for that. He didn't call for 50% lower than the lowest price on the planet. What he called for was fairness. And that's a powerful principle because we all grow up wanting to be on the right side of fair. And it allowed us to do what has not been done before, which is to call on manufacturers and ask them to be fair, and allows us to go to countries and ask them to pay their fair share in the battle against global disease. And that is the unlock for this great deal. Now, it's my privilege to talk just for a few minutes about the details of the deal. First, let's start with the definition of MFN. What do we mean by that? This is not made up list prices that have often been quoted in prior administrations, stuffed with fees and rebates. We're talking about we start at net prices, after fees, after rebates, the prices people actually pay here, the prices people actually pay in other wealthy countries. We then index to a basket of countries, wealthy countries across the world. And we go drug by drug and we look for the lowest price. And that becomes the starting point for what an MFN price is in the United States. And then we've built this principles of fairness on 5 key pillars, as we've talked about. Number 1, as has been discussed, direct access for patients at Trump RX, which is a site soon to be launched, available often at full MFN and always at lower prices than currently available. This is bypassing middlemen. It increases transparency. In many instances, prices are 80% lower than they are today. No more Canadian detours to purchase drugs more inexpensively at our neighbor. You do it from home, you do it a click. This is American ingenuity outsmarting the system. Number 2, the president was very clear to us and directed us to ensure that we secured the lowest prices for the most vulnerable Americans, those who are served by Medicaid. So we focused there first. So Pfizer will be putting virtually all of its portfolio of drugs at MFN prices available to Medicaid in the near future. This safeguards the program. This ensures that this program lives as a lifeline without undue burden on the taxpayer for those who need it most, for our vulnerable Americans whom we are charged morally to care for. The third principle is about future-proofing fairness. This is the idea that Pfizer has committed, as are other manufacturers, that they will not launch a new drug for commercial, Medicare, Medicaid, or cash pay markets at a price that is higher than the other wealthy world. Now, they are free to price their drugs wherever they want. These are not price caps. These are not price controls. They can price however they'd like. We're simply asking them, and they are committing not to undercut us in other countries. This is an essential principle. This allows us to retrain other countries to appropriately value innovation for their citizens, to appropriately understand what fair share means to contribute global R&D. This allows us not to compromise access for those who need it most. And this is a powerful commitment. The fourth principle is around shared savings. As our commerce colleagues and as our US trade representative colleagues succeed in encouraging other countries to pay more for existing medications, a portion of that will go to fund additional R&D. And a portion of that will repatriate back to the United States to offset prices, lower prices further for Americans on those existing drugs. And the fifth principle, as discussed, with hats off to Secretary Lutnick and Ambassador Jameson Greer from US Trade, is about Pfizer committing to onshore 100% of the value of all imports that it currently imports to the United States, thus ensuring that we seal our great American resurgence. If you're watching this right now and you have been looking for evidence that this is a president who knows and cares about you, who is fighting for you, who is fighting for every American, this is Exhibit A. This is not an empty promise. It's not platitudes. It's not lacking a plan. These are hard contracts with teeth, lowering prices now that we will all feel. These are the most significant, historical, substantive, mathematically quantified price reductions in the history of our country in modern-day pharmaceuticals. I cannot thank you enough for your leadership in enabling this to happen. It is an absolute pleasure. The president has showed us that the impossible can be achieved, and that is what's happened today. God bless America. With that in mind, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce Albert Bourla, CEO of Pfizer.
Mr. President, what an honor to be here today in this office to announce a landmark agreement. I think it's an historic day.
Is this the coolest office? He has a beautiful office, but the Oval is the coolest, right? What do you think?
I think by far. Huh? And I have seen other presidents' offices. There's nothing like that.
Yeah, it's good office.
Yeah. So it's an historic day because I think today we are turning the tide and we are reversing an unfair situation. For years, other rich nations refused to pay the fair share for the medical innovation. And as a result, Americans had to assume disproportional cost on their shoulders. This situation, we all knew, is not sustainable. This situation is a situation that many wanted to change, but no one could. This is changing today with this agreement. In July, the president sent to me and other heads of pharmaceutical companies a letter. And over there, he articulated 4 specific requests. These requests, it was obvious to us, were designed to lower drug costs in the America in different ways, each one of them. And altogether, holistically, to have synergistic effect in the impact that that will have in the US healthcare cost and patients. With this deal that we signed today, we satisfied all 4 of President's requests. All 4.
All 4 presidents' requests.
The big winner of this deal clearly will be the American patient. There is no doubt about it. They are the ones that will see significant impact in their ability to buy medicines. But I would argue that it is not the only winner. I think who else is a winner here? It is American innovation and American economy. In our industry, we had 2 major overhangs that have substantially reduced our valuations and create concerns for us in our ability to invest. We are addressing both of them right now, and I will speak about them. The first one was the uncertainty of tariffs. Because President is absolutely right. Tariffs is the most powerful tool to motivate behaviors, Mr. President, and clearly motivated ours, right? So, by this agreement that we did, we commit to onshore the production of our medicines that are consumed in the US and are made outside the US. And for that, we are ready to unleash our investment portfolio in this country. And the president graciously gave us a 3 years grace period that we will not be subject to the 232 tariffs as long as, of course, we move the products here. That's one. The second overhang in our industry was this uncertainty. What will happen with the framework of pricing in the country? Because this uncertainty, it was what was holding people from investing in the pharmaceutical industry, which resulted in significant reduction of our multiples. Actually, our multiples are at historical low. Well, now we have clarity about what is the framework for the US pricing. Read the letter of President Trump, read the 4 points, and this is the framework. And we will abide to that, and going forward, this is how things will be priced in the US and abroad. We are ready to invest, as the President also mentioned, $70 billion in the next few years from Pfizer in manufacturing and research in America alone. I really think this is an historical moment because also I can put that behind us and focus on the things that I want to spend my time, cancer treatments, to bring better obesity medicines, to bring better vaccines, to bring things that people value. And thank you for allowing us to do that. I want to thank Secretary Kennedy. I want to thank Secretary Latnik. Your leadership helped us to pull that together. You are the mastermind of everything, and without the brilliant way that you designed the whole thing, we wouldn't be able to make it happen. But you were even more brilliant because you had someone in your team that he was the driving force behind everything. And I don't have words to thank you for your integrity. And it is what you have said. We created trust from day one. And that was the most important thing that allowed us to be able to pull very difficult negotiations. Of course, also I want to thank the US trade representative, who is also heavily engaged, and he's probably the first trade representative that I have seen that cares about our industry and cares to do something about unfair situations out there. But more than anyone else, Mr. President, I want to thank you for your leadership and frankly for your friendship. Thank you.
Albert, thank you very much. Great job. Great job.
Thank you, Mr. President. The growth of drug spending, that is, the increase in drug pricing, is the fastest and biggest increasing area of healthcare spending. So today's announcement has incredible implications for healthcare spending in the United States. And today marks the beginning of the end of the Great American Ripoff. And it also marks the beginning and the end of a great American tragedy, something I've seen as a physician at the bedside. Patients getting spun up into a financial rage, doing GoFundMe campaigns online, sending repeat reminders, asking people to donate, getting their churches to pass the offering plate from pew to pew, Sunday after Sunday, to try to get enough money to pay for a drug in the United States, a drug that's 5 or 10 times more expensive than the same drug in France or Germany or the UK. People get spun up and it's a tragedy. Having cancer is hard enough. Getting spun up into a financial rage in order to try to get the money to pay for treatment makes it so much harder. 37% of people who go through cancer care say in the end that the financial toxicity makes them want to avoid or delay care in the future. That is, they're done with it. They're done with the system. That's how toxic financial toxicity can be. And for what? For what? So the US can finance the R&D of the world? Well, that ends today, thanks to President Trump. So we want to see R&D. We want to see American pharmaceutical companies thrive. We want to see pharmaceutical companies that do business and manufacture in the United States thrive. At the FDA, we're doing our part. If you're going to equalize your price to that of other wealthy countries, we're not talking about Zimbabwe, we're talking about Germany, France, UK, Japan, other wealthy countries, the OECD countries. If you equalize your
like
price,
a shot at Zim.
then we're going to put your future applications at the front of the line.
Like a shot.
A voucher to get a review in weeks has a market street value of about $500 million. because every day is money when it comes to getting a drug approved. And so if you meet one of the president's national priorities stated very clearly, moving manufacturing to the United States, meeting a large unmet public health need, or equalizing your prices. We're the largest purchasers of drugs. We deserve the best prices. And so we're going to do our part. And if a generic company makes their drug in the United States, that application is going to move to the front of the line as well. And if you're going to build a plant in the United States, our FDA inspectors will walk through that plant during the construction phase, something never done before, so that it's ready on day one. So thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. They said it couldn't be done, and here we are. Thank you.
Chris, you may want to go up and just show one of the boards about how quickly the prices come down. And these are small examples. We're going to have it over 1,000% in some cases. You'll see that during the week. But we just picked out 4 at random, and you see the kind of numbers. Bobby and maybe Albert, good.
4 examples, but I want to be totally clear. These are not the only 4 examples. And as the President mentioned, this is not the only agreement. It is the first. It's a historic agreement. There are many to come, and we're excited to talk about them. And that means hundreds and hundreds of drugs. We are not exaggerating when we talk about reductions of up to 80%. We give you 4 examples here. One for dermatitis. The new price at MFN results in 80% reduction to what's available today. One in postmenopausal osteoporosis, 85%. Migraines that affect so many Americans, 50% reductions. Rheumatoid arthritis, something my own mother struggled with, 40% reductions. This is about access. This is about ensuring that Americans have access to life-saving medications. These are real prices. These are net prices. They're not made up. They're not funny numbers.
Thank you very much. Great job you've done. Everybody here has been incredible. We've been standing here talking about the Make America Healthy Again a lot lately, and I think our meeting the other day was excellent on a thing called Tylenol. That was a very important meeting. I think that was a very important meeting. And this, in terms of pricing, it's going to be great for Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. It's going to be great for everything because your medicine costs are coming way down. We have some examples that I think we'll be able to show you next week of over 1,000% in some cases, where a pill that cost $10 in London was costing $130 in New York and various other places within the United States. And the same thing with Canada. People would go to Canada, they'd go to Mexico, they'd go to other places to buy drugs. They don't have to do that anymore. So we have favored nations. So this is what we have. And it's one of the biggest days I think anybody will ever have. We're talking about massive numbers, and the numbers are going to get even better with a little time. And I will say, Albert, I think that the drug companies are going to be the same. You're going to, the world, we're really competing against the world, so they have more people. So we'll come down a lot, and the world's going to go up a little bit. And the end result is you're going to, I think, do the same business pretty much. Maybe you'll figure a way to do more business, I think, knowing you. But I think the drug companies, we're going to come down a lot, the U.S. The U.S. will come down a lot. But the world, many more people, is going to go up a little bit. And it equalized, and it's a great tribute. And I want to thank everybody up here. J.D., thank you for all of your help, too. And Howard, great, really great job. Thank you all very much. Do you have any questions? How about we focus on this? It's so big, let's focus on this.
Mr. President, please give us a timeline.
Yeah, Mr. President, first of all, this kind of goes along with your America First campaign promises for lowering healthcare costs. On a day that it seems like we're going into a government shutdown led by Democrats on the premise of providing health benefits to illegals, this seems to, your move here is a stark contrast to that. Could the same principles that you did today apply to health insurance, to maybe lower the cost of health insurance? Many Americans are kind of struggling
with that. And we're working on just that, little different group, but we're working on just that. It could, I don't know to this extent. We have a pill, one pill in particular we're going to show you next week. It sells for $10 in other countries and $137 in the U.S. And that's coming down now to probably $15 or $18. They'll go up to 18. I think that's pretty much right, Albert. It's not you, but they'll go up to 18, and we'll come down from 135 or whatever down to 18. I mean, that's a massive number. Remember, I was the one that held a news conference because I lowered drug prices by 1/4%. I think it was 1/8 of 1%, but it was the only one in 28 years that brought drug prices down for the year. But it was a very small number. Now we're talking about, you're going to see one over 1,000%. Look at these numbers. So, and this has a big impact, even on the discussion that we'll have with Chuck Schumer, who was here yesterday, along with a very nice gentleman who I didn't really know. You know who I'm talking about. The two of them came and we had a good discussion, and we're going to see what happens. We're going to see what happens, but this has a huge impact on that because these numbers are going to bring Medicaid. We talk about Obamacare. Obamacare is a failure. Obamacare is not good. It's there, but relative to other healthcare programs, it's in the lower 20%. It's not good. And I asked the Democrat representatives, what do you think about coming up with a better healthcare? This actually allows you to do that because the cost of prescription medicine is a very big, more than 50% the cost of what we're talking about. So we might be able to do something like that. This is one of the biggest news conferences from a medical standpoint that I think has ever been had by any administration. Yeah, please.
I'm curious, where are the other companies other than Pfizer? Are you expecting them to come later?
They're all with us. And I was honored to have Albert be the first. He's done a fantastic job with, as you know, with the COVID. He did a fantastic job with a lot of things. He's a leader, and Pfizer is right at the top. It's there. Eli Lilly has been fantastic also, my friend. And they're all coming in over the next week. We're making deals with all of them. And I said, if we don't make a deal, then we're going to tariff them an extra 5, 6, 7, 8%, whatever the difference is, and we'll take it that way. So we took away the advantage by the fact that we have tariffs. We took away the advantage that they would have of just saying no, and we couldn't do anything about it. If they do that, what we do is we'd put a tariff on them of an equivalent amount, and we take it that way. And nobody wants to play that game. So they're going to be, they're all going to be good. We didn't have to mention that to Albert. Well, maybe I whispered it to him very slightly, We had to give ourselves a little bit of an advantage. But the tariffs played a big role because they know that's what's going to happen.
You mentioned the exemption of the 232s, but can you share a timeline for when we can expect the results of that 232 investigation?
Let Howard answer that question, please.
Sure. So while we're negotiating with these companies, we're going to let them play out and finish these negotiations because they are the most important thing to the American people. So we are standing by, helping and working with them, but the driver of the 232 outcomes is our HHS team because, look what they've accomplished today. So we are on their side helping them, but that is the model that's going to drive.
And you have to understand, Albert's spending $70 billion that he wouldn't be spending because of the tariffs, let's say, and other reasons. I think he liked the winter of November 5th, in all fairness, but because of the tariffs. And that wouldn't happen. He's not going to pay any tariffs because when he moves here, there are no tariffs. So he won't be paying tariffs. That's the beauty of it. If you move here, there are no tariffs. And we have over $17 trillion, Albert. Do you believe these numbers? So Biden had less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We have over 17 trillion for essentially 8 months. Pretty amazing.
When will prices come down, Mr. President? When can
Immediately. They're going to start coming down. Drug prices? Well, they'll be starting immediately. Yeah.
President, can you speak to what impact you think this reduction in drug prices will have on midterms coming up?
I think it's going to have a huge. I said, if we can pull this off before midterms, I've wanted to do it from the beginning, from my first day in first term. And we were doing so well. We had the greatest economy we've ever had. Everything was good. And then we're ready to do this, which is complex and big. It's a big change. But what happened is COVID came, and we focused on COVID. We focused on COVID very hard with Albert, with the other companies, with everybody. Regeneron was a great thing. We did a lot of therapeutics that were fantastic. And so we focused on that. And I said, if I pull this off again, the first thing I'm going to do, and we've been working on this for 8 months. This is a very big deal. This is a big shock to the system. But it's not as much as I said. They're going to go up. The world is going to go up a little bit. We're going to come down a lot. But now it's fair. We're going to be paying the same thing. Yeah, please.
Trump, in your first term, when you cut the price of insulin, Biden later came in, tried to steal credit for that. Do you think that? Do you worry that the Democrats are going to try to steal credit for these historic cuts?
It's very. I really appreciate your question because I did. I cut the price of insulin down to $35. And the problem is with many of these things, now in this case it's going to be pretty quick, but oftentimes you'll do something medically because of the process, and it won't be seen for 2 or 3 years. That happened also with, I could say 4 different things, but just if you talk about insulin, so it was 200, 300, 500, and you couldn't get it, and I got it down to 35. And I said, I hope I win the next election because otherwise whoever wins is going to take credit for it. Well, what happened is we did win the election. We did great. But unfortunately, it didn't work out that way from a practical standpoint. And Biden, when I saw him get up and take credit for the $35 and even less insulin, that was 1,000% lower than what it was just previous. Boy, I tell you, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. So I did the best I could to let him know we did it, because we want to be given credit. But we are the ones that got insulin down to that number. And you're right, they tried to take credit for it. They had nothing to do. In fact, they didn't even know what happened. All of a sudden, the insulin price kicked in at $35. And they asked Biden about it. He had no idea what the hell they were talking about. But after they explained, and they didn't really explain to him because he was not capable really of understanding. But when they went out and talked about it, they acted like it was a great feat by Biden. It had nothing to do with him. And it continues, and we'll get it down even further. But insulin was, people weren't taking it, I would imagine. They couldn't take it. God bless you, Bobby. I hope I didn't catch COVID just there. Don't you have Paxlovid? What is it?
I have it here.
He's got Paxlovid. Give me a Paxlovid immediately.
Nancy Pelosi is ignoring what you're doing for the American people. She's going after your administration for cutting taxpayer-funded healthcare for illegal aliens. Last night, Nancy Pelosi, she went on NBC last night, dropped a bunch of F-bombs, told Republicans to go F themselves. Has she lost her mind?
We have done an unbelievable job medically. Just this, if you did nothing else, we've done a lot like the insulin, but just this, nobody can ever catch this. This is the biggest price reduction times, maybe 10 times, 15 times than has ever been given before. And this is going to have a huge impact. You know, as I said, Obamacare is not a good thing. It's been bad. And I'd like to make it better. I told them, I spoke to a lot of people, a lot of Democrats recently. I said, why don't we change it? We can make Obamacare much better. We could come up with a new system that would be much better, less expensive for the people and better. This is maybe the biggest breakthrough because, you know, when you're talking about the prescription drugs, that's a big part of it. So we're going to look, this is prescription, but we're going to be looking at that. We can come up and through this whole thing, you know, because I don't know, we'll probably have a shutdown because one of the things they want to do is they want to give incredible Medicare, the Cadillac Medicare to illegal immigrants. And what that does is it keeps them coming into our country, and like they do in California. And no country can afford that, no country. And we have the border stopped up, we have it closed. We have nobody for 4 months, zero people came in. That wasn't me, that's by the authorities who happen to be liberally oriented. But just think of that. We have people offering health care to people all over the world that they can't afford to pay. And that's the Democrats. And what that does is it brings people into the country because they want to come in for the health care. But no country can afford it, and they can't afford it. So we cannot allow them to charge tremendous amounts of money for health care for people that aren't even citizens. And in many cases, they come in from prisons, jails, and mental institutions. And we can't let that happen. So we have a big fight over that. We have a fight over open borders. They still want open borders. We're having a fight over men and women's sports, if you believe it. You would have thought they would have learned that it's not a good issue. And we have a fight in transgender, as you know, transgender for everybody. And that, when you talk medically, that's a lot of money too. That's a lot. Those operations are bad. So those things are also being discussed right now. I mean, Can you imagine we're actually talking about open borders, and we now have a great border, and we have a great country. Our country was dead 1 year ago. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. Big difference. Yeah.
What does it say about the state of the Democrat Party when they have a 33% favorability rating on average in recent months, and they're willing to shut down the government over healthcare?
They are shutting it down. We're not shutting it down. We don't want it to shut down because we have the greatest period of time ever. I told you, we have $17 trillion being invested. So the last person that wants it shut down is us. Now, with that being said, we can do things during the shutdown that are irreversible, that are bad for them and irreversible by them, like cutting vast numbers of people out, cutting things that they like, cutting programs that they like. And you all know Russell Vought. He's become very popular recently because he can trim the budget to a level that you couldn't do any other way. So they're taking a risk by having a shutdown because of the shutdown, we can do things medically and other ways, including benefits. We can cut large numbers of people out. We don't want to do that, but we don't want fraud, waste, and abuse. And, we're cutting that. But they want to have illegal aliens come into our country and get massive health care at the cost to everybody else, and we don't have it. And that's I would say, the number one reason that they want to strike is to get illegal immigrants health care. And, Gavin Newsom wants that, too, in California, and it's destroying California. We can't have that. We're not going to let it happen.
Do you have a plan for dealing with drug companies that are responding to MFN only by raising prices overseas as opposed to lowering prices in the U.S.?
No, they're responding. I understand that question very well, but they're responding by lowering prices. They're helped by lowering prices. There's a price at which they can't sell, and they're helped by lowering prices. In the case of Albert and in the case of Eli Lilly, the fact is our prices are coming down massively. You see, that's just a few of the basics, but they're coming down much more than that with many drugs, and over 1,000%. Think of that, over 1,000% reduction. And we'll show you that next week because we have some of them on the board next week where you have over 1,000% price reduction. No, what's going to happen is you're going to have the market will kick in. This way, the market kicks in. The other way was just basically, it was just a form of control. You were stifling the market. Yeah.
At this point, is a shutdown inevitable? And how would you describe the negotiations with Democrats yesterday? Are more meetings scheduled?
So nothing is inevitable, but I would say it's probably likely because they want to give health care to illegal immigrants, which will destroy health care for everybody else in our country. And I didn't see them bend even a little bit when I said we can't do that. Okay?
Can I ask a question of Dr. Oz, Administrator Oz? If there is no deal reached on the Obamacare subsidies with the Democrats, is there anything that CMS can do to lower those, to mitigate the increases of those Obamacare subsidies?
Not really, but we have time. We have time till the end of the year to make the changes I know the president is evaluating, but we should have a clean, continuing resolution, get past this budget process as it has happened so many times, and allow the president and leadership some freedom to be able to put some good ideas in front of the legislative bodies.
Mr. President, undocumented immigrants.
We actually do have time for that.
They're not eligible for the health care subsidies that Democrats are demanding. So can you clarify, what are you talking about when you say Democrats want to protect their health care?
So when an illegal person comes in, a person who came into our country illegally, therefore breaking the law, and look, we all have big hearts. I have a bigger heart than you do. They're all breaking the law, and they're coming into our country. And we just, as a country, cannot afford to take care of millions of people who have broken the law coming in. We want them to come into our country, but we want them to come in legally. Now we have a strong border, very strong border, thanks to Christie and Tom Homan and the whole group. They've done an amazing job at the border. I mean, we had a border that was reckless. We had a border that was a disaster. They were coming in by the millions. I say 25 million people. You're saying less, but I say 25 million people came in illegally. And no system can take care of the health care of all of those people that came in. Now, a lot of them have gone out. We have over 11,000 murderers. We got many of them out. Many of those people have been taken out of the country, brought back to where they came from. In some cases, put in prison because they're so dangerous. We don't want to take them out. We have to watch them. We don't want them coming back. But if you look at what's happened in Washington, D.C. right now, it is such a place. I just drove through it. and it's clean and nice and beautiful, and people are walking around and they're not afraid of being mugged. We haven't had murders. We haven't had anything happen in a long time. It took us 12 days to make it very good. It took us 20 days to make it beautiful. And now we're going to Memphis. But I think we should always keep a presence here, because if we don't keep a presence, it's going to come back never like it was, because we got rid of 1,700 career criminals. You know what that is? One career criminal can give you a lousy reputation for danger, because they commit many crimes a day in some cases. But Washington, D.C. is an unbelievable example of what can happen. And now we're going, as you know, to Memphis, which was very similar to Washington, very dangerous. And we're there, and we're working along very well with the governor, the mayor. A lot of these Democrat mayors, you know, what they don't want to have us do well, because if we do well, it makes them look bad, and they shouldn't feel that way. If I were a Democrat and I was a governor or mayor, I'd be calling Trump. I'd say, get your troops over here, just help, because the mayor of Washington is getting a lot of credit for what we did, you know, a lot of credit. But the beauty is, isn't it nice? Seriously, you walk down the street, you're not going to be mugged. You're not going to be hit. We had a meeting about 3-4 months ago, and I was saying to the media, how many of you people have been threatened or mugged or accosted during your walk to the White House? And they said, we don't walk to the White House anymore. But the answer was, remember, Brian, almost everybody's, oh, look at this guy. They even attacked this big, strong guy, right? Didn't you get attacked? Did you? But yeah, just take a look at the other guy, right? What happened to the other guy? I don't know. Those other guys are pretty tough. They're tough with a gun in their hand, right? And yeah, you were hit pretty hard. But almost everybody was. And now, nobody. Anybody been accosted in the last 3 weeks? If I would have said that 6 months ago, half the hands would have been raised out. No, we have a very safe city now. The country's going to be safe. We're doing one at a time, and we'll be going to Chicago. I told you this story. Union Pacific, head of the railroad. He knows this country very well. Started off as a very low-rung employee of the Union Pacific. He's now chairman. He came to me and he said, sir, save Chicago. It's a great city. It's going down fast. They had 11 people killed over the last couple of weeks. 11 people killed. 48 shot. That's not a city. It's a war zone. There's no city in the world like that. And then we have to listen to this Pritzker get up. I know him well. They threw him out of his business, and the family threw him out of the business because he's a loser. But we have to listen to Pritzker get up. He should call me and say, get the troops in. You ever hear that? 11 people over a week and a half killed. And I think it's 48, when you add it up, 48 people shot. And then I have to listen to a governor say how nice it is. It's a wonderful experience. Now, what is a wonderful experience is D.C. People are eating in the restaurants. They just opened 2 new restaurants, which hasn't worked in years. And we had it pretty good 4 years ago. We were just getting ready to do this, but we did it right. And, you know, we have a big victory in the Supreme Court. It's called merit. And so that includes the military. Our soldiers, did you see what they look like? These guys, they look like serious soldiers. They weren't playing games, and they went in there and they did a fantastic job. And Washington, D.C. is now a beautiful, safe city. The restaurants are thriving. The people are walking down the street holding their husband or their boyfriend's hand, and they're not worried about being raped or mugged or shot at. And it's been an amazing thing. And we'll do that in every city. We'll do them sort of one at a time. We'll do a couple at a time. And we have a tremendous force because, as you know, in recruitment numbers, when we put out, 2 years ago, when Biden would put out recruitment, nobody would join. Nobody wanted to be in the military. Nobody wanted to be police. It was just announced this morning. You probably saw my speech over with the military, with the generals, admirals. Record numbers of people signing up for the Navy, the Army, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, Space Force. I love Space Force. That was my baby. But we have record numbers of people signing up, and that includes police department, fire department. So, you know, it's been an amazing thing. Well, we're going to have another meeting next week on this. We have another great company coming in, similar kind of numbers. But we're going to show you some 1,000% drops in prices. There has never been anything like this in the history of medicine, and it's an honor. And Albert, I want to thank you, and I want to thank everybody behind me, because you are a great team. We have a great team. Everybody says you have a great cabinet. It's a great team. So thank you, Bobby. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Talking to the president. What's happening? Let's try and look for another. Let's look for another real estate deal then, because boy, it's not really saying much.
Approaching it more from a asset allocation perspective, because presumably, like if you're a pension fund, for example, and the equity market continues to rise, you're going to be taking some chips off the table in the equity complex.
To keep it balanced.
Exactly, you're going to keep your portfolio more balanced. So it really depends on the type of investor you are. But your point on the equity market is a good one, in the sense that as the equity market continues to rise in price, that will bring out more optimism amongst investors, and you will see people shy away from the bond market.
All right, leading to higher yields as a result. Matthew, really appreciate your joining us today. Matthew Hornback is Global Head of Macro Strategy at Morgan Stanley, as we anticipate this government shutdown after midnight tonight. I'm Scarlett Fu, and that does it for Bloomberg Markets this hour. Balance of Power is up next. We are looking at an S&P 500 and NASDAQ that are in the red right now, down 0.1% to 0.2%. Yields, as you can see, they're also lower. This is Bloomberg.
However you trade without trade-offs. Kraken Pro.
With Gemini in Google Drive, AI summarizes long documents, PDFs, and invoices so that you can uncover key insights from Drive. Save time with answers at your fingertips. That's Google Workspace with Gemini.
A powerful pitch can unlock transformative growth. Having at least 1 million pre-launch equips companies with a 25% higher likelihood of success.
You're coming from a world that is quite far separated from venture capital. Building up the skills was an important part of that journey. Not just my own area of physics, but things on the business side.
The right expertise can move your business forward. Search Turning Point, brought to you by HSBC and Bloomberg Media Studios to find out more. Good decision-making is learned, not born.
So I connect with this global network to bring my work to the next level, being open to comments, feedback, discussions. There's always this back and forth workflow. Sometimes conversations with different people might open up ideas to explore.
Embrace a growth mindset. Search Turning Point, brought to you by HSBC and Bloomberg Media Studios to find out more.
Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. markets close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Haslinda Amin in Bangkok. This is Bloomberg.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
Less than 12 hours to go. Welcome to the Tuesday edition as the government careens toward an expected shutdown once the clock strikes midnight, but only after several votes take place this afternoon. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Tyler Kendall in Washington. We thank you for being with us here on the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power. The president, Tyler, says nothing is inevitable. He was just asked in the Oval Office, but it's pretty hard to imagine a way out of this with the House not being in session.
Right, exactly. President Trump saying himself that the government will probably shut down. We'll see how these last-minute negotiations end up going. If the government does shut down, it will be the first time since December of 2018, when we saw actually, Joe, the longest shutdown, and that was under the first Trump administration.
That's right. That was the record, so we'll have something to compare this to. There are a lot of questions, as Tyler, as we've spoken on the program, about what happens once it's closed. How do you reopen it? What would be the motivator for Democrats in this case? We're going to talk about this, get the latest from Laura Davison, our Deputy Bureau Chief, and then we'll have a conversation with Congressman Mike Lawler, the Republican from New York. Also watching the clock here, having already passed, we should note, a clean CR that Republicans authored. It did not pass the Senate, nor did the Democratic version that came out shortly thereafter. So we are looking potentially at a shutdown just after midnight.
Right, and importantly also, that clean CR would only fund the government until November 21st. So
That's
again,
right.
we are still continuing this conversation about kicking the can down the road. Also worth mentioning that, of course, we're watching for the economic impacts here. Our analysts at Bloomberg Economics say that this shutdown in particular is raising the stakes on those impacts.
Well, and imagine we might not see our jobs report on Friday. I'm actually deeply curious to see what Congressman Lawler, who's on financial services, thinks about that. So we'll get to it all coming up after a look at Wall Street. Let's get a quick check on the markets here. Charlie Pellet is at World Headquarters in New York. Charlie?
Hi, thank you very much. Quick check indeed. Also keeping a watch on the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ, because we have got hours to go, 3, until we wrap up the trading month of September, then on to October. Here's where we stand. S&P right now down 8, drop there of 0.1%. We've got the Dow down 114, down 0.2. NASDAQ right now down 0.2. 10-year at 4.12%. Ahead of a shutdown. We've got gold, spot gold up $13 the ounce, 38.47 right now, up by about 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.1%, 62.72 a barrel. On a down day for the equity market, we do have drug stocks advancing. Pfizer, case in point, up 4.6% right now. Lilly up 2.6%. Merck up by 4.8%. You heard the announcement here on Bloomberg from the White House. Pfizer will sell some drugs at a 50% average discount on a direct-to-consumer website called Trump RX. Recapping, S&P down 0.1%. Balance of power continues right now. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Tyler Kendall and Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, many thanks. Live at World Headquarters in New York. Charlie will have more on the markets coming up in just about 20 minutes' time. As we follow the beat here in Washington, thanks for joining here on the Tuesday edition alongside Tyler Kendall. In for Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew. We don't want to waste time. We want to get right to the congressman. Mike Lawler is with us now. Of course, the Republican from New York 17th. We spent a lot of time talking about everything from SALT to, yes, government funding. And here we are again, Congressman. Thank you for joining us on Bloomberg TV and radio. The conventional wisdom is we shut down after midnight, and I'm assuming you don't see a way around it. What comes after the shutdown?
Well, unfortunately, it looks like we are barreling towards a shutdown because Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer have changed their position entirely on keeping the government funded and passing clean CRs. Whether it was Joe Biden or Donald Trump, I have voted for every single CR to keep the government open and funded while we negotiate a final appropriations package. I think it is foolish to shut down the government. It is going to create chaos in the markets. It will create chaos for the American people, especially those who rely on the social safety net, border security, our military, veterans benefits, etc. This is entirely unnecessary and does nothing to actually further the work of the American people. It is pure political posturing by my Democratic colleagues because they are not in the majority. And from my vantage point, that is not what you do. I was against it when Republicans wanted to shut down the government, and I'm against it here when Democrats want to do it. So we will see what happens over these 12 hours. As you pointed out, Republicans passed a clean CR through the House. The bill is sitting in the Senate at the desk. It can easily be taken back up right now and passed. And Chuck Schumer refuses to do that, despite his many pronouncements in years past about the need to pass clean CRs and not pound your fist and stomp your feet when you don't get your way.
So, Congressman, I hear you on the future of a potential clean CR, but do you see any room for negotiations here when it does come to those expiring Obamacare tax credits? We did hear from House Speaker Mike Johnson in an interview this morning saying that there might be some negotiating room, but that would have to happen after a funding bill is passed, since the tax credits are going to expire by the end of the year.
Correct, and I am one of several Republican members who have signed on to legislation to extend the ACA subsidies for a year. Remember, these were put in place during COVID to try and help those who were losing their jobs or unemployed because the government was forcing businesses to shut down. We don't want people to be unduly hurt, obviously, by healthcare premium increases, but to try and shut the government down while negotiating some of these issues is foolish. We can easily keep the government funded through November 21st, finalize all appropriations for fiscal year 26, and come to an agreement on these ACA subsidies for the next year or two. There's no reason to shut the government down in the middle of those negotiations.
You wonder what would happen if Mike Johnson said exactly what you just said, although maybe there's so little trust it doesn't matter right now, Congressman. But what should come of these after? We've been talking about these extensions for some time now. Everybody's become an expert on this, or so they think. If this was a COVID-era policy, should it be extended forever, as Democrats suggest? You just pointed out a year. Should they come down? Should there be a gradual phasing out? What's the long term on this?
Well, I think, again, this is a negotiation and a discussion to be had. I think many Republicans would like to see an income limit, on these subsidies. Again, these were put in place during COVID. I think there's a larger point, though, which is if the Affordable Care Act was supposed to reduce health care premiums, was supposed to increase access, why is it not working as intended 15 years later, so much so that you need these subsidies to help people? Obviously, there's a broader issue with health insurance cost in this country, and I think that is something that Republicans and Democrats should work on together to focus on how we reduce overall costs. You saw the president today with the announcement with respect to Pfizer and certain prescription drugs and being able to purchase them at a much lower rate. That's important. When you look at the challenges facing the U.S. and Europe, part of the problem with prescription drug costs in America is that Americans are subsidizing Europeans with the price controls that have long been put in place on prescription drugs in Europe. So that is something that we should all embrace, reducing overall cost. But that's not something that you shut the government down over and really harm the very people that you're trying to help.
Well, sticking with this idea that higher drug costs are a political point on both sides of the aisle, I also want to ask you about some of the economic impacts here of a potential shutdown. You said, of course, on House Fin Services, our analysts at Bloomberg Economics estimate that the unemployment rate could reach 4.7% in a shutdown. I'm wondering, are the optics going to be difficult to navigate here, considering there's already concerns about the labor market? How are Republicans going to message around this when we know that economic impacts could really be one of those top concerns and priorities?
Well, we've seen in shutdowns prior, for instance, the stock market has generally grown. The biggest concern has been on GDP. We saw for Q2 revision a 3.8% growth in GDP, which far exceeded what many prognosticators were claiming was going to happen in Q2. So, certainly the economy is moving in the right direction. We got the tax package across the finish line. That was critical for tax certainty. We don't need a government shutdown to create unnecessary chaos as we are working to enact critical policies that move the economy in the right direction, that create jobs, that create wealth and opportunity. And so, look, Unemployment obviously is a critical issue. We don't want to see layoffs. We don't want to see uncertainty in the market. Democrats have said for years, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, long on record about the impacts of a government shutdown and the need for a clean CR. They should look in the mirror, listen to their words of years past, including just last year with Joe Biden at the helm, and vote the right way, which is to pass a clean CR and keep the government funded while we work through all these other issues of concern.
What's your view on the Fed, Congressman, as you sit on the Financial Services Committee, to Tyler's point? If this affects the release of the jobs report, for instance, on Friday, if BLS can't kick out the jobs data, at what point does that become a problem for the Fed to make an accurate decision, say, by the next meeting, when it doesn't have a complete picture of the data? Is this something you're worried about, or you think government will be back open at time?
Well, again, these are all the concerns and considerations that go into a government shutdown, and why I fundamentally believe, regardless of which party is in power, shutting the government down is stupid. It doesn't serve a purpose but for a political one. And in this instance, Democrats are trying to use this for a political purpose. And that is wrong. It was wrong when Republicans wanted to do it in years past. It is wrong now. When you talk about the Fed, look, fundamentally, I believe the Fed has been late to the game, both when they needed to raise interest rates in the past and now in terms of reducing interest rates. I think they need to cut interest rates far greater than they have. Obviously, having all of the data and information is important. But I think all of us recognize the need for them to cut rates. So whether or not they have that data, they need to act on the reality of the situation. Jerome Powell needs to advance rate cuts in a serious way so that we can continue to move this economy in the right direction.
Well, we heard from President Trump this morning saying that there could be, quote, a lot, in his words, of firings amid this shutdown. We know the OMB was circulating this memo threatening permanent layoffs. Do you agree with this as what seems to be emerging as a negotiating tactic between the White House and Democrats on the Hill?
Look, I said earlier in the week when that memo came out that I don't agree with permanent layoffs. But this is the challenge when you have a shutdown. The executive will make determinations as to who's essential, who is not, restructuring of departments and agencies based on a lack of funding. And I think if Democrats are so concerned about what they see as excessive executive overreach, then they shouldn't be playing games here. Pass the clean CR and keep the government funded, and then we don't even have to have that discussion. But unfortunately, they are playing games here and changing their previous position. Every single House Democrat, but for one, Jared Golden of Maine, every single House Democrat either did.
They're talking too much. still here, guys. Market's not doing nothing, so we're just trying to do some real estate. I'm here. Honestly, don't think I'm not looking. I'm looking. I'm looking. Could have got that one, innit? God damn it! We missed one! We missed one! We missed one! that's running. I'm still. Oh, look at that play. We missed that one. We missed that one. Sorry, guys. I'm literally doing the middle of doing deals, literally as we speak. But that just shows when I'm not concentrating. That's why I'm missing plays too. But yeah, we could have got something, a little something there, if that keeps on going. Again, when you see me saying 10 minutes, look, 1, 2, 3, 4. Just look at, what is it? These are all 1 minute candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Half an hour. Bam. Could have been £100, 200, whatever to put in. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm saying. That's a play that we missed out on. Oh well. That's what happens when you're too busy on your phone.
No, I have transatlantic options, and it's difficult. I mean, price it used to be classified as a residential asset, now it's classified as a commercial asset. So lending is more expensive and more difficult. Yes, I have options, but it just doesn't. They don't usually work as well as they used to work. So at the moment we're staying out of PBSA.
I'm back. Sorry about today, honestly. Don't know where Nat is. Got me doing all the run around. I'm here. Market's slow. Literally, deals are just flowing. Money's just flowing. We need to grab some of it. We need to get this dough in. So I'm sorry if I'm quiet. Like, if you lot are in here, pop a message and then I'm definitely responding. For now, we're waiting, hanging fire till something delivers on our lap. And then we strike. Maybe we need to come up with some ways to carry yourself as a person, mindset. Maybe we have to start putting these things in place, because when the market's quiet like this and there's no movement, at least we can still have an we can still have an intelligent conversation rather than it just going quiet. tell you something funny, yeah? So we can have a little story. I got this guy that I know. He's approached me for business, right? Cut a long story short, he's been asking me to send him a couple of my deals, which I ain't got a problem with. I'll send him a couple of deals. But before I'm asking him, I'm like, what's the criteria? Like, what's the budget? And he's telling me 5 million, 1 to 5 million. I'm like, all right, cool. Well, I'm actually having a conversation with this client now. So I said to him, look, buddy, if you want me to help your pal, you're gonna have to send me his number. I'm not doing this freeway conversation stuff. It's long. Anyway, he's happy to send me the guy's number. And yeah, obviously the guy is basically now telling me he's got a budget of 25 million. Man. That's why sometimes you gotta leave it to the people that know what they're doing and know what they're talking about. Spy's trying to wake up.
Typically areas that I like to buy in. For London and the southeast, but I'm happy to look at anything. Send it to me by email. I'll have a look later.
Spies trying to do the run. Spies trying to do the run.
Charlie Pelleton, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic. Hey, President Trump, as you know, threatening to fire or do mass firings of federal workers as the U.S. hurdles towards a shutdown with Democrats and Republicans at an impasse over funding the government. That shutdown would happen at midnight tonight. For more at what's at stake and who may be pulling some of the strings on what may happen at the executive branch if indeed a shutdown happens. Nathan Dean is with us, Bloomberg Intelligence senior policy analyst out there in Washington, D.C., and right here in our New York studio. Max Chafkin, co-host of Everybody's Business podcast, author of The Contrarian, Peter Thiel, and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power. Nathan, I want to shoot it out to you first. Where are we on the shutdown? What might cause this actual shutdown? What is it that the Republicans want or won't do? What is it that Democrats want and won't do?
So right now, both sides aren't really talking to each other. They're sort of in this weird waiting game at the moment as we get closer to midnight. Now, I think the Democratic, from their perspective, there are two wants going into this shutdown. The first is really being driven by the House progressives, and that is they want to be seen being very tough in combating President Trump on his policies. The other thing they want is they want an extension to ACA or Obamacare subsidies that are going to be expiring at the end of the year. From the Republican perspective, their wants are a little bit different. They've already passed via the House what is known as a clean CR that gets us through November 20th. And generally speaking, the party that passes that clean CR feels that they have a moral high ground. Now, I woke up this morning thinking that there was a chance that we would not go into a government shutdown and that something would happen to make a deal. But as we get closer and closer to midnight, it begins to sound like both parties feel that they are in the best political position possible and that both sides think that a shutdown will end up helping them politically. And that's usually what happens when you have a shutdown. So if a shutdown does occur, we'll wake up tomorrow and we'll have to deal with the short-term impacts, because I don't think this is going to go more than a week or so. I think really the next real negotiation point, if the government shuts down, will be next week when the House Republicans return.
Well, Nathan, what are the political implications of a government shutdown? You said both sides think that a shutdown will help their own side, but what are the implications? We have a little bit of history to look to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the best case scenarios is go back to the Tea Party of 2013. And there's this very similar playbook that is happening to that. Now, from the Democratic perspective, they want to be able to essentially combat President Trump. Their approval ratings, not that good at the moment. And, there's plenty of time between now and November 2026 to be able to turn that messaging and at least start to build momentum off of that. Now, there is some local politics here at play. Virginia and New Jersey both have governor races in November. I would anticipate if President Trump and the Office of Management and Budget were to begin to follow through with mass firings of government workers, that's going to impact Virginia and Maryland pretty significantly. I would expect those policymakers to come in and say, maybe we should stop this and turn things around here. But if the shutdown occurs and Democrats start to take the blame, then I think you'll see those politicians in Virginia and New Jersey get a little nervous.
It's like you just delivered a ball into my court perfectly. You mentioned the OMB, which takes us to Russell Vogt. Max, you wrote an in-depth profile earlier this year, back in April. It was a big take. You talked about the architect behind President Trump's imperial presidency. Vogt, not usually out in front in the Oval Office or at a White House press conference, and yet he was yesterday afternoon along with the Republican leadership. He was front and center. He went to the mic, made some comments outside the White House after that meeting in the White House with minority leaders. remind us who this guy is. He's very, very influential when it comes to the Trump White House.
Yeah, as you said, Carol, he is the head of the Office of Management and Budget, but I think more importantly, he is one of these kind of behind the scene intellectuals who helped shape this presidency, who worked on Project 2025, who basically after Trump's last term spent 4 years essentially planning for what this presidency was going to look like. And Trump, and we talked about this a lot, at the beginning of the year, but Trump was unusual because all these people around him had a long time to plan. And a big part of the plan, of course, is massive cuts to the budget and massive cuts, crucially, to the federal workforce. We saw a little bit of that, or more than a little, I'd say, with Doge and Elon Musk's efforts, and this has been going back and forth. But a budget shutdown, a government shutdown, would be a huge opportunity for vote and for people who are sort of aligned in this direction to do something that they want to do for a very long time, which is essentially take a bite out of the federal government.
So what is this opportunity, Max, for him, for his role at OMB, but also his role in Project 2025 and shaping what he wants the presidency to look like?
So the ideological idea is that there is this kind of like fourth branch of government, like, you sometimes hear people talk about the deep state or something like that. This is the idea that there are civil servants who are operating outside of the realm of the president, who are just doing whatever they want. This is an attack, of course, that Donald Trump sort of pioneered during his first presidency when he would complain about the deep state. And Vote's idea is to weaken this, weaken it both by making it more responsive to the president, and like that's a key part. When you hear people talk about the unitary executive idea, it's the idea that the president, not these quote unquote unelected bureaucrats, should be deciding what the government does. But also because there's going to be they've wanted to fire people for a long time, and you're going to have a government shutdown. You could imagine Vote and others inside of the Trump administration seeing this as an opportunity to do something very drastic and blame it on the Democrats and be able to say, hey, this wasn't, because it didn't really work during the Doge episode because people got mad at Elon Musk and you had a lot of Democrats sort of beating the drum about saying, oh, you're waiting for Social Security to talk to somebody at the Social Security office. That's Elon Musk did that, and that made Musk very unpopular. It also caused Trump to kind of back off. He had talked initially about using a chainsaw, and then he was like, oh no, we're actually using a scalpel. But now, if we have a government shutdown and the Trump administration is able to blame it on Democrats, then maybe that gives them the ability to try to do something more drastic they weren't able to do earlier.
So Nathan, how exactly do these job cuts work in a government shutdown? And this isn't just something specific to a Trump White House, right? I mean, does any president have the ability to cut jobs, cut costs, if you will, in a government shutdown?
Well, obviously this is a new legal issue that's going to most likely come up if it happens. But one thing that we've already noted is that Russ Vought, when he's provided guidance to agencies in terms of deeming who is essential and who is not essential, he said specifically that those individuals that are working on reduction in force plans should be deemed essential. And there's this theory out there that if the Congress isn't available to essentially do its job, then the White House has to come in and step in and do it for them. So I would say, though, that right now we're in the state between the Republicans and Democrats where both sides are essentially talking past each other, and there's a lot of threats going on. But I would also remind folks that Doge cuts weren't popular with just the average American because of the reasons Max was laying out there. And so even though you're hearing threats like 750,000 government workers will be furloughed and a lot of them may not come back, there is this ultimate decision that's going to be made by the president. And if Congress comes together and makes a deal by, say, early next week, I think they'll be able to get in front of the OMB and stave off a lot of these job cuts.
But it does make me think, Nathan, about the power of the purse and the whole idea of, a balance of powers. It's why we had these three different branches of government, right? And what does it mean if ultimately, though, the power of the purse is not in the hands of Congress?
Well, and this is what the Supreme Court is sort of moving forward with at the moment, with this idea of being able to claw back unappropriated funds and this pocket rescissions that we saw come forth right before the month of September. And what I would say here is that, you know, Congress obviously does not like it. Republicans and Democrats alike do not like it when the White House decides that, yes, you've spent all this time appropriating and we're just going to claw it back anyway, which is why I think eventually we could be in a scenario where, you know, this government shutdown may be the norm over the next few weeks, because even if we get a deal, it's not going to be a 12 appropriation bill sign off full budget like we haven't seen in many, many years. It's going to be another kick of the can. And as we get closer to November and as we get closer to March, meaning the end of these Obamacare subsidies, and then further into the election year, both sides are going to want to play for more political points. And so even if there's a deal that's done next week, we could be talking about a shutdown again in early 2026.
Hey, Max, you wrote this story back in April about Russell Vought. To what extent is his vision for government coming true right now, and how much does the government shutdown play into that?
Well, I think
or provide an opportunity
the point that this is still in flux. And I think there's a question about, it's true that Russ Vought and people who are aligned with him would very much like to drastically cut back on the government. They don't care if it's politically unpopular at the moment. Trump, of course, cares a lot about that. And we've seen over the years that he can be responsive to pushback from either constituents or in polling and so on. And so I think we just don't, I think, know how this is going to play. I will say the question of the courts, like Vought has basically said that they plan to challenge this thing called the Impoundment Control Act, which is a 1974 law that Congress passed, essentially forcing the president to spend the money that had been appropriated and then creating this mechanism to ask for rescissions, like a legal mechanism. Vought has said they're going to follow the law, but he's also said that the law, he believes that the law is unconstitutional. And so that could be where this is heading, like a legal battle that will pit essentially the Trump administration against Congress.
Hey, last question to you, Nathan. We have a terminal user sending me a message, and I think this is a fair one because he writes in, both sides have said the bloated federal government needs to be trimmed massively. Why should anyone be against that? I mean, there is something to that. And, you know, it kind of begs the question, why can't everybody get along and figure out a smart way forward? Just got about 30 seconds here.
You know, if it was easy, they would have already done it. I mean, we're talking about the Federal Register has over 430,000 pages, and this is all the regulations. So if you have to go through and you have to decide what to cut, you have to comb through 430,000 pages and ultimately decide if you're going to cut something, it doesn't break a statute or a regulation. It's just not easy because both sides said they would want to do it, but if they wanted to do it, they would have already done it.
Yeah, the answer to that question is voters. Voters don't want to cut, and when they've shown it over and over again.
Right, exactly. Just, yeah, somebody else, but not in my state or my territory. Guys, unbelievable. We wanted to do this yesterday. We had a lot of news flow. So glad we could have you back. Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst, Max Chafkin, co-host of the Everybody's Business podcast, author of The Contrarian. Unbelievable. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about the demographic shift that's underway, Tim.
Yeah, when it comes to money, that as we continue on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Google Workspace with Gemini offers AI that's embedded in the apps that you work with every day, like Gmail, Drive, and Docs. Generate documents, creates images, and more, all without leaving your current work stream. That's Google Workspace with Gemini.
Kraken Pro is designed by you. Start with preset layouts, then drag and drop modules wherever you want. Only the widgets you want on every device. Kraken Pro. Trade without trade-offs.
Abundant space, infinite time, the ultimate luxuries, sailing the Saudi Red Sea. It's a feeling, natural wonders that stir the soul. Coves unexplored, super corals untouched, oases unseen, where land meets sea, a new Arabian future emerges. A reimagined reality. Sunset rituals.
That is horrible. Oh, you win some, you lose some, I guess. That's one we just missed, I guess. Wish I got that off front of you, though. That would have been nice. And I could have got it even if I was late. I think I still could have made something from that. Definitely. You have to be in and out like sniper. Sorry for my humor. I can be kiddyish at times. Alright. We definitely missed out on that one. We definitely missed out on that one. See if there's anything popping about this chat. News. What's this guy saying? No, can't see nothing. See if this guy ain't got anything up there. Zillow's getting sued. That could be a good one, but I have to hold that for a minute. I'm not too sure. Just seen it. Be careful though, because them fuckers will get you trapped. Really careful with these ones. Things that just not been following through recently. That one could have trapped us though. Nasdaq and everything's turning green. SPY's turned green. Market's starting to ramp up. 45 million in volume now. It's starting to move at the end of the day. I should have known. Walking into power hour. Power hour. Yo. Where are you? Oh, you guys to CT? You guys to CT? Are you going to CT? Yeah. Has anyone got a HDMI cable? Please. Until I go to my yard. It doesn't need to be that long. It don't even have to be that long. Nice one. I need to get another screen up. Until I get to my yard or the office, blood. Need to get another screen. Need to get another screen. Walking into Power Hour. hour. See if there's any more saucy out there that we can use. Not everything wants to start turning green. Green, green, green. Oh, well, last 40 minutes, 45. back shortly, innit? I'm streaming, innit? Yeah. I'll bring you back after 9. Alright. Oh, Spy's running. Spy's running. run. So much deals to do. Back at the old time ice. Not far. Say we break that by the end of this month. Things go well. Let's see what crypto's saying. Crypto. Let's let you have a look as well. Forget all that garbage stuff. Just concentrate right here. Everything counts garbage. That's obviously taking a horrible knock. But that's up, obviously, because it was at like 12,000 the other day, so it's trying. Ethereum definitely took a nice little jump up. So Ethereum's back on track. I am knackered. How long have we been streaming for? 5 hours. Been up. See if the SPY can make another run for it. Everything's starting to turn green now. Nasdaq, SPY, Dow Jones. The only thing that's lagging is the Russell right now. Last 10 minutes. Spy's trying to run. have to hop offline straight away. I've got some business to take care of. I hope everybody's had a good day. A couple trades that we could have got, but I weren't concentrating. But you have to start cutting out the fold for at least the first 2-3 hours. Come back to the fold. Have to work out something. Can't be missing them. I'm gonna have to chip. I've literally got to do some stuff in it. So God bless you all. Speak to you tomorrow.